Thank you, councillors, staff and visitors to the chamber. Welcome to this Uralla Shire Council meeting dated the 25th of August 2026. The time is now 4:03. The prayer: Almighty God, we humbly ask you to grant your blessing upon this council, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of our shire and Australia. Amen. The recognition of traditional custodians. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live and work. We recognise and appreciate their deep connection to the land, waters and our community. We pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, and extend our respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who make all Uralla Shire home. For all those here, this meeting is being live streamed and attendance constitutes consent to the broadcast of your image and voice. The recordings will be published on Council's website and retained for a legislative required period. Anyone who does not wish to be recorded must leave before the meeting begins. Only Council may record or live stream the meeting unless prior written approval is obtained. All attendees must silence electronic devices. Participants will not make defamatory statements, and anyone behaving in a disorderly manner will be removed from Council under our Council Code of Meeting Practice. Councillors, we have one person to address the forum today. We understood we were likely to have two, but unfortunately I understand that they're still travelling up from Newcastle. So Mr. Chalmers, if I can just read this. I'll get the right page. As you're aware, the rules around this, and you've signed the document, states that that you understand that it's live streamed and that you understand you can't make defamatory statements or personal or private information about any individual. And I thank you for signing that. So, Mr. Chalmers, if you'd like to address the council, looks like we've got our second speakers. When can you go and look after Ron, please? Yes. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Is it going? Yes. Thank you for the welcome. My name is Brian Chalmers. I preface what I'm about to say with precisely the words of Councillor Wright in the preamble of his notice of motion. Before I start, Your Worship, would you be happy to exercise your powers under standing order and give me 30 seconds longer than my 5 minutes? Thank you, sir. I preface what I'm about to say with precisely the words of Councillor Wright in the preamble of his notice of motion. That is, I make no criticism of any person about the draft GMS. I speak only to the document. I'm a permanent resident of Uralla. I hold a New Zealand Certificate in Engineering Civil, and I'm a Justice of the Peace for New Zealand. I'm married to a member of a long-established local family. We've retired to Uralla by choice for the quiet enjoyment afforded by our property. During our involvement over the draft GMS, many immediate neighbours have commented positively on the peace created by our pasture and trees and many native birds that proliferate our space. Some of these neighbours are present today and attend out of a serious concern that the status quo may be replaced by res construction accommodation. We discovered quite by accident that drop-in meetings were being held on the GMS, so attended the courthouse meeting at short notice. The large-scale plans were difficult to interpret, as no street names were included, but it looked as though our block of 5 hectares was encompassed by a thick red dotted line. We inquired of council officer present what this meant and were told that area is earmarked for temporary or permanent accommodation for the res project. On voicing our exclamation about this, we were told, well, you received a letter. We denied that emphatically and then were told twice more, you received a letter. We note in the agenda papers that standard mail has been confirmed as the correct method of dissemination on this occasion and the preferred method for all future consultations. We totally refute that and contend that in such important matters, registered and signed mail must surely be the correct and indeed the legal method of communication. I asked the council officer if it was known that we had a first order waterway on our block, that approximately twice a year a gully raker flows down our property, overflows our double culvert on the drive and backs up as it flows under Warwick Street. The reply we received was that this was not a problem. After all, Melbourne is built over a river, unquote. This in spite of the fact that under New South Wales State Environment Planning Policy Housing 2021, first order walkways are specifically excluded from the building of accommodation for construction workers. Our block is referred to elsewhere as being relatively flat, whereas using my ABNY level, I can confirm that there is a fall of 20.3 metres across our block, far from flat. We note that blocks B, our block, D and E, have just been excluded from consideration for construction housing, but this knee-jerk reaction at the 11th hour placates us not one iota, as the GMS report now contains, among other things, a caveat, and if adopted in its present form, will have a devastating effect on the future of Uralla. As I speak, not half a kilometre from here, at a council-controlled venue, there are 6 Energy Co employees publicly extolling the virtues of a construction camp they propose at 6935 New England Highway, Kayabra Station. How does this reconcile with the intent of a council hell-bent, without so much as a by your leave to the citizens and ratepayers, on having construction camps built here in the town of Uralla? Julius Caesar's famous quote comes to mind, divide et impera. I want to refer to the effect that this process has had on quite a few of our residents in the town. There was one long-standing resident who was stressed to the point of ill health over this process and is in fact not well enough to appear today. There is a highly regarded and much-loved resident who has had very little sleep since mid-July due to the stress the process has created. Luckily, the family has rallied to the cause. There is a 90-year-old widow who lives alone with community help, absolutely petrified that the block adjoining hers is intended to become rows of dongas housing 500 or more young men. We know of others similarly affected. Our own health issues have been exacerbated by this matter also, and it need not have been like that. With a modicum of humanity, honesty and careful consideration. In conclusion, I want to tell you that the other evening I walked down to Elmer Park. There are 29 young fellows down there on the gates. Such a sacrifice for such a small hamlet. As I sat quietly in the incomparable Aussie sunset, I'll swear that one of them came down and sat beside me and said, "Matey, we won our battles at Beersheba, Tobruk and Kokoda, but we can't come down to help you with this one. You and your friends are on your own, but please, please, don't let these bureaucrats sell out our town for 30 pieces of silver." And then he was gone.
Thank you, Mr. Generous in that time.
Sorry?
Can you finish up, please?
Yes, I've got half a page, your worship. So, your worship and councillors, are you going to be remembered as the 9 who put Uralla and its people first, or are you going to be known in perpetuity as the 9 who sold us and Uralla out for 30 pieces of silver and the wishy-washy promises of an energy company well known for its dodgy track record? Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much. Before you go, are you prepared to take questions from
Certainly.
councillors? Is there any councillors got a question for Mr. Chalmers? Otherwise, thank you very much for your presentation. We also now have Bronwyn. Thank you. You're right. Did you want a couple of minutes after your trip? So, Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Bronwyn, can I just ask you to state your full name and please your
Bronwyn Ambishton.
what you wish to speak to, and also to ensure that that you've confirmed signing that you won't make no defamatory statements of personal or private information about any individual without their consent. And I appreciate you signing that document. So thank you very much. And the same thing, I'll give you a bit more latitude, but 5 minutes is sort of the.
It should be less.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's nice to be back. I was just in the Hunter Valley where we were before we moved up here, and it was lovely to drive up through Nowandock and see the beautiful countryside. So the reasons we love Uralla, twofold. We love the rural aspect, we love the country charm, and we love the people. When we first came up here on spec, looking around at somewhere to live, we deliberately chose a place where we could have some space around us. It was very important to us. We're serial renovators. We'd renovated a number of houses in the Newcastle area, and we always chose big blocks of land. I come off the land. I grew up on a beef cattle property in the Southern Highlands. So for me, it was very important and my husband, who worked as a surveyor in the Hunter, it was very important to him that we would live in a place that had plenty of land around. So we got a bit of a shock when we got a letter. We didn't really know what it meant, but we're in block B. Anyway, we don't believe that it has to change because Uralla is very special. And as I said, we looked at lots of places before we came here. We chose to live here. The people who've lived here for 5 generations, they choose to live here. They choose not to move somewhere else. It's a great place. So that doesn't have to change. The legacy we want to live is for our children, hopefully, to discover how beautiful this place is and come and move here. I constantly tell my daughter, who's a radiographer like I was, that there's plenty of jobs up here and they need radiographers at the hospital. Tell my daughter-in-law, who's an emergency specialist in Sydney, I'll mind your son, go and work at the Armdale Hospital. I might just have got her up here. She's just about on the cusp of leaving her job in Sydney. So anyway, we love the vibe, we love the serenity, we love this place that we all choose. Renewable energy, it isn't really what it's been touted to be. I'm not anti or for, I just hold the position that it's got to be good. It's got to not destroy what we love as Australians. We have a beautiful country. So when you look at it, what is renewable energy? 2019, they touted it as cheap, coming from the environment. It's better for the environment. Now the government's own data shows us very clearly that it's anything but cheaper. In some cases, it's 8 times the original projected costs we all pay for right now out of our own pockets. I encourage you to watch the video to get some really good information. It's the former head of the Nationals, John Anderson's YouTube, The Real Cost of Renewables. 8 gigahertz in our res, coming from our res. By the stroke of a pen, I think Chris Bowen might have made a mistake there. My solicitor tells me that's the case, which means 3 transmission lines and the destruction of some of our prime agricultural land. As my father, who was a farmer, told me when I was growing up, helping him do some fencing, farmers have to be conservationists if they want their land to produce and if they want it to be around for quite a while. So in amongst the government's punch-drunk attitude and rollout of the 5 renewable energy zones across Australia, we have plenty of information to inform us on what has worked in places where they've done it before and what hasn't. The efficiency that was touted as much higher, but experience has shown us renewables outputs are 19 with wind to 35 for solar at best. 200 tonnes of concrete in the base of one turbine. You know, I'm not really about concrete jungles myself. Look to your neighbours. There is damage to prime agricultural land, and Chris Minns stated on 2GB recently that the hosting farmers will have to do the repairs to the land. Our roads and infrastructure will be impacted. Our water, our services like medical, hospitals. I spent 7 hours in emergency last week with my 92-year-old dad who lives in McMorrs. Services are stretched. I myself ran a hospital department, so I'm quite well aware of how things are run. The promised financial benefits don't come. Look at what Tamworth recently said. They've missed out on their money. Look at what Dubbo has said, the general manager of Dubbo. They just didn't get what they were promised. Their groundwater's gone in Dubbo and Dunedoo. So if they don't get what their promised monies, how is our little council going to fare? We need to have our eyes wide open. Just a couple of points about the growth management strategy plan. I read about an hour and a half the other night I didn't read the whole report, I've got to be honest, council notes, but I did read about the growth management strategy plan. So for us, I did write a letter, and my husband, and we asked some questions that was not answered. Our neighbours, who were also in part of B, they didn't get a letter explaining what was happening at the beginning, so they didn't know about it until we'd spoken to them. So council has admitted there's some problems with the delivery of the growth management strategy plan, and I think that landholders should have been notified prior to it going public. That would have averted a number of issues. So blocks B and D have first order waterways across them. Our block is in B and it has a 20-metre drop. That's one of the excluding criteria under the SEP Housing 2021 Part 13. So that's about all I've got to say, except I really believe that we need to think. I've lived in cities more than I've lived in the country in my life, just because of my work, lived in different states. But I will say, this is really special here. We need to treasure it. We need to think about the impacts and we need to unite, stand together and work out what is best. Not just do the knee-jerk thing because we might get promised 20 million or whatever, because experience has shown that that's not happening. So do the research, find out. I'm happy to talk to anyone. I'm not an expert in any of this, but I just believe it's really important. Sorry if I've gone over.
So, Ms. Bishop, you happy to take questions?
Yes.
Councillor Doran.
Sorry, it's a very small question. I didn't catch your name.
Bronwyn Bishton. Thank you. That all?
If there are no other questions, look, thank you, Bronwyn, and thank you also to Brian for their presentations. And we'll obviously be considering these items as part of the business paper today. As I say, sorry about the long trip, Bronwyn. Thanks for that. Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillors, if we can go to item 5, there's no apologies. Have we got any applications for leave of absence? No. Disclosures of item 6, councillors, any disclosures or declarations of interest? Thank you. Council item 7, the confirmation of minutes that are set out on page 5 of the main part. Councillor, somebody prepared to move them? Thank you, Councillor Blakester. Any questions, councillors? No. Somebody prepared to second that? Thank you, Councillor Arnold. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. General Manager, we don't have any urgent supplementary or late items for consideration.
Mr. Mayor, no,
Thank you. Item 9, written reports for delegates. The Mayor's activity report for July 9.1. That the Council receives the Mayor's activity report for July 2026. I note that most of that's Councillor Arnold, but thank you very much to the Deputy Mayor for that. Somebody happy to move that? Thank you, Councillor Burrows. Any questions of either Councillor Arnold or myself? Councillor Doran?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if we could correct the spelling of the Honourable Janelle Saffin with 2 Fs and Gomesh Singh, which has got an N in his surname.
So I'm clear. Saffin, is that double F, is it? Yeah, okay. And
Gomesh Singh, not Sai, which is what it
okay,
says.
thank you very much for that.
N.
Councillors, any other questions? Thank you. All right. I'll look for a seconder, please. Councillor Blakester. All those in favour? Councillors, item 10.1, a mayoral minute on the Federation Compact. Adding a previous question that they haven't actually written the full details of it, was noted in some email discussions. The recommendation of council welcomes the federal government's recent announcement recognising the very real challenge of financial sustainability impacting the local government sector and committing to meaningful ongoing annual increases in the level of financial assistance grants. 2, welcomes the announcement of the Federation Compact with local government that commits to A, ongoing annual increases in federal assistance grants to return them to historic levels. B, ensuring rates recovery funding can be used to purchase plant and equipment to enable councils to carry out their own road maintenance and with their own trained workers to the extent possible. C, supports and increases supporting and increasing the availability of apprenticeships in local government as well as other employment programs in the local government context. D, delivering new capabilities to improve outcomes in housing, planning, emergency management and aged care. And E, ensuring that the Australian government publishes an annual summary of funding provided to local government. And on 3, rights of the Prime Minister and the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Catherine King, MP, welcoming their commitment to address the crisis in local government financial sustainability and urging them to work with local government sector to urgently progress the Federation Compact with local government. So I'm happy to move that. Is there any questions? Councillor Doran, you have a question?
Sorry, not a question. I'm happy to second it.
Oh, okay. Any question, Councillor Wright?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for my benefit, has there been an announcement beyond the Labor Party conference announcement? Has the government itself made an announcement?
Through you, General Manager, can you update if we've seen any more actual detail in the announcement? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the best of my knowledge, Councillor Wright, there has been no further formal advice, just what the conference resolved. There has been a lot of discussion in local government circles from the Australian Local Government Association and Local Government of New South Wales, Country Mayors Association. All those peak bodies certainly welcome the announcement and look forward to the outcome that we hope will be forthcoming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Just a point of clarification for me. The report starts off by saying on the 25th of July, the Australian Labor Party announced. Was it the Labor Party or was it the Cabinet that announced it?
Through you, it was the Australian Labor Party. It was part of their annual conference.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, I've got moved by Councillor Bell, seconded by Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillors, item 11.1, the notice of motion to reinstate the membership of the New England High Country and secure advertising on the Northern Billboard. So if Councillor Doran, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would. These two notices of motion, this one and the one following, both came out of a business chamber meeting whereby one of the members had been attending New England High Country events or meetings rather, and was expressing their curiosity as to why we didn't have a representative from Uralla Council also attending, notably the manager of tourism, or I'm not sure what their title is, but manager of the Visitor Information Centre, that they do not attend the New England High Country meetings. And I explained at the time that that was because we let the membership lapse because we understood that it was not an active group. The member of the business chamber made it quite clear that it's a very active group and that the meetings are held regularly and the programs, etc., that they are supporting as far as tourism and New England promotion goes. I also note that in the later in the meeting, we actually have it's a progress on the operational plan. Anyway, I haven't got reference to it right now, but it actually states in there that we engaged with the New England High Country to update the maps at the visitor centre. So we are actually participating to some degree with the group. And so I then put forward a notice of motion. It's a bit of a long-winded story that that I thought that we should re-engage with our membership of the group. Councillor Mailer seconded that, and together we put forward the notices of motion that we have in front of us. Just today, I have done some research with the New England High Country Administrator to understand what our membership cost would be. And it turns out that it's prorated according to population, and our contribution would be around $6,000. So it was good to understand what that is. And the notice of motion, then there's a response from the General Manager, which is that they will resolve to prepare a report for the next council meeting on a current review of the Uralla Tourism and Visitors Strategy. So I'm very happy with that for now, and look forward to seeing further information. Councillor Mailer may also like to speak to this, I'm not sure.
And I'll go to you in a sec, Councillor Mailer. You'll notice, councillors, I sent out an email this morning that, and this is where I got myself into strife. The current code of meeting practice that we signed off on and then was set aside, or whatever the words were, had freed up how people could make representations that would impact the budget. The previous one that we reverted back to doesn't give us the same latitude. So if Councillor Doran and Councillor Mailer are prepared to wait for a tourism report, which would be public, so we don't have to get worried about what can then be reported back to council, and our tourist and visitor information centre manager, which I think set down for only Tuesday week, isn't it? Yeah, so that report, and then we get a comprehensive report that includes where the budget items can come for this and for item 11.2, then that would clear that issue away. So I'll take advice from the mover and the seconder if they're happy to proceed that way. We know that there's been concern about some of the misinformation. Council was, I can't find any record where we said it didn't continue to exist, but we pulled out for some other reasons, which I'm happy to let staff do a report and wise what they were and see trying to fix that. And the same issue, there's been some work done by our tourist officer on those billboards coming in from the north and from the south. So, but look, I'm going to leave it with the mover and seconder if they're happy to proceed that way, or if they got somewhere else they'd like to go with this. But as you say, I'm caught on this matter.
I'm happy to go that way, but I just want to know that this has been an ongoing conversation that we've had for over 18 months now. And basically, I feel it was really important to actually put it on the table because it's been an ongoing conversation without resolution. It was quite clearly important that the billboards and New England High Country, we were participating in that because it adds value, significant value to our visitor economy. And that's the important bit. And if we look to the future of the Shire, the growing visitor economy is one of those things that's going to underpin the financial resilience of this community and the resilience generally of the business sector of this community. So, this came out of frustration more so than anything else because the conversation was going nowhere in 18 months. I welcome the idea that there will be a report, and hopefully there's a resolution to this. But I'm happy to actually put it off till after that report's.
Okay, so we're really clear, councillors. There'll be a workshop next Tuesday that will be open to the public. And then the staff have assured me there'll be a report provided to the September meeting. So, sorry, Councillor Burrows.
I just would like to ensure to be assured that billboards and High Country, New England High Country will both be included in that report.
100%. They'll both be part of the discussion, part of it really an overall discussion about tourism for the Shire. And I think that Councillor Mailer and Councillor Doran's points are well made, that it's the biggest part of the things that we don't have 100% control of, but it's a huge part of our thing. So I apologise that it's been delayed, but that's the assurance. So,
You don't have a move on a second.
yeah, well, I've got that. So, Councillor Doran, if you're prepared to move item 11.1 and 11.2, lay on the table, subject to a report, or deferred, subject to a report from the General Manager and staff, to be raised again at the September 2026 meeting. You're happy to move that?
Thank you. I'm happy for that. So are we going to write that up as a resolution?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no, that's understandable, and I'm happy to have a full report so that we can have a good overview of the whole process. Thank you very much.
Councillor Doran, can you just check what's, and we'll move the same item for 11.2. Councillor Mailer, if you're happy with that, please. The same one will come to 11.2.
So can we just copy the bit that's out of the papers, which is that the GM will prepare a report for the next council meeting on the current review of the Uralla tourism and visitor strategy to ensure the council is fully informed before considering its position on these matters. If you just do a cut and paste on that, maybe. Thank you. I'm happy with that.
Thanks. Moved Councillor Doran, seconded Councillor Mailer. Any other question before I put the motion? Thank you for your indulgence, councillors. All those in favour? Aye. Councillors, 11.3, the notice of motion of the implementation of section 236A of the Local Government General Regulation 2021, briefing before meetings. Councillor Wright, would you like to speak to that motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, thank you to Council for the letter that was sent to OLG. It was much appreciated. And now, having had the benefit of Mr. Moses' advice, the letter from local government giving us the policy perspective on where we might be going, and the, shall I say, innocuous letter from Mr. Whitworth from the department. I don't think anything in Mr. Moses' advice sets aside anything I said in my motion. I am minded to say that what concerns me a lot about this is, Mr. Moses confirms this is a matter of misconduct by councillors. So you could even have a situation where the validity of the decision stands, but councillors could be found to have acted wrongly by participating in the impugned meetings. So I think that what I was attempting to do in that resolution was have this council take responsibility for its own conduct. And I don't think that my motion does other than that. And I'm specifically interested in the fact that unless we have a settled agenda for a meeting beyond the next meeting, we are saved and can consider these matters and be briefed by staff. I have no doubt that there will be another disallowance motion in the upper house of the New South Wales Parliament to deal with this ridiculous and silly regulation. But in the meantime, my motion was at the time and remains my way of suggesting we take care of our own business. So I would move the motion for Council's consideration, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, have we got a seconder, please? Sorry, you seconded.
Sorry, I already had
Oh,
seconded
okay.
it, and then it was chosen
Okay.
to lay on the table. So, I mean, I can re-second it. That I
Yeah,
did second it.
yes, please, as it is. Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions of Councillor Wright? Councillor O'Connor?
Mr. Mayor, I voted against the last one on the basis that this is restating the legislation. I stand by that. I've read 20 pages of verbal diarrhea from
Let's be careful how we refer to a QC,
huge
please,
number
or
of
the King's Council.
items. The response from the legal officer, the Office of Local Government response, and the email from the Chief Executive, and I don't see that our motion changes one iota. I think it confuses rather than not. We have 26 pages of legal complement for what we want. If we want to make a determination of whether or not something is or is not coming up at the next meeting, it's a matter of case by case, and I think making it will not receive briefings from the General Manager, as stated in that is superfluous to the requirement. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, councillors? Councillor Blakestone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have questions, but no one in this room is able to answer them, is the dilemma, with due respect to a learned colleague at the other end of this oddly shaped set of tables. The concern I have about Mr. Moses's advice, and this is reflected in some of the other correspondence as well, is that it oscillates from a really tight definition, and a tight definition being if we individually or as a group were meeting with staff about an item on a published meeting agenda, that crosses the line and constitutes a breach of the current reading of the Act and regulation. But it then goes on, the advisors then go on to say, but this doesn't preclude anything and everything, and then flips to the most absurd examples, like, oh, we're at a community meeting together. Or it was a political party meeting, like ridiculous examples. There's a chasm in between, an absolute chasm. So we meet knowing, to some degree, major pieces of work that are coming to this chamber. So we've just talked about one now in respect of those notices of motion. So does that mean we can no longer meet and talk about that issue? According to these advices, it's this tight definition. You're definitely falling foul. But then, like I say, it gives these absurd examples that are so peripheral, where the nexus of, I mean, reading between the lines, and, I've learned a lot from reading that advice about the construction process of legal meaning, which I find fascinating, but my gosh, it makes your head turn inside out. But the core of this seems to be situations where councillors are meeting with staff to influence decisions, not in this chamber. But like I say, that tight issue, I can define that, it's defined in these advices, but it then leaves us with no clarity after saying that doesn't preclude any matter of business coming up at any meeting. So it goes from this meeting to any meeting for eternity and beyond, and says, oh, well, it's up to you to work that out. So I'm very concerned that we could take a view, the tight view, that any item on a published agenda we can't meet and talk about, but that's going to rule out, 5% of what we're meeting about. Where does that leave councillors on any and every other issue? And then, as KC Moses indicated, how does this affect councillors' ability to be well briefed, well informed when making decisions? That is the key question that I feel like I've been raising for 2 years now, is that if the only time we are informed is with a report coming to a meeting, then the only scope for influence we have is vote yes, no, or get an amendment, which is just like, doing the proverbial in the wind, in my opinion. So that's my comment on this, is I don't think we can answer that issue in this room. I welcome any other comment on it, but I find it infuriating that these advices, as verbose as they are, don't actually rest on a practical conclusion at all.
I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have the motions moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Doran, that Council resolves to implement Section 236 of the Local Government Regulation by advising the following governance practices. The Council, whole or otherwise, will not receive briefings from the General Manager about any matter that will or is or will be included on the agenda for the next Council meeting after the briefing has been made. That is the Council first in time after the briefing. 2, any briefing provided to Council whole or otherwise on a matter that is or will be included in agenda for the meeting second or subsequent in time. The briefing is not within the scope of Section 236A of the LGGR. And 3, any lawful briefing, workshops or communication provided by the General Manager Council are welcome. And worthwhile to ensure the highest standards of governance by the USC. All those in favour? All those against? 5-4, thank you. Sorry, those against, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Council, yep. The motion's passed. I don't know that we got any clearer, and I appreciate Councillor Blake's and having flattered with a law student, he changed his mind every time he wrote a different report, and at the end of the day, I still didn't understand what he meant. So thanks for that.
Just a procedural motion. I'm looking at our growing gallery, and our next item on the agenda is Councillor Wright's notice of motion about the growth management strategy. I'm wondering if we should procedurally bring forward the actual 13.5, which is the growth management strategy, to be just after this one, just to
Well,
is the gallery.
I think all of that will depend on what happens with this notice of motion. If it does, then I'm happy to take that request for procedural matter, but all of that will depend on this notice of motion. So, Councillor Wright, I'm going to ask you to talk to 11.4, the notice of motion, Uralla Shire Council's Uralla Shire Growth Management Strategy, the 2026 to 2046. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, can I just note a typo, please, in point 7 of my background provided. I'm very surprised Councillor Doran didn't find that for me. Sorry, my apologies. Community to my mind, my pays. There's an extra my. Yeah, I know. So there's an extra my. So my apologies for that. Council, I am very conscious of the controversial nature of this proposed motion. I was very clear in saying that this is not a people motion. This is a issue and document motion about the document itself. I am minded that the report that has been prepared by the General Manager for us on the response to the consultation process is very thorough and suggests that we would get a very different document given to us for consideration at our September meeting. My reasons for asking that the document be set aside is that I do not think it prosecutes our case for a new LEP that is suitable for Uralla Shire. And I am concerned that the process did involve a number of steps which have caused significant community distress. And if the document is to be substantially different from this document in September, I would press that it would need to be set again for public consultation because of how different it is. You cannot wholly remove sections of such a document and say it's consistent with something you can then approve as amended. So I do understand the controversial nature of what I did. I accept it. However, I do put the motion to Council for consideration. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. For the thing of clarity, I'm either going to look for a second or I'm going to look to somebody to speak for or against the motion. So is somebody prepared to second this for discussion? You're happy to second it, Councillor Doran? Do you wish to speak to it, Councillor Doran?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Wright, for putting it forward. Look, I second it with hesitation, knowing the level of work that has gone into the draft growth management strategy as it is. However, I do agree that there are likely and hopefully would be significant sections that would be completely changed, rewritten, perhaps other things included that are not included. And I do feel that it would be a reset of the whole strategy. I think the level of interest from the community is such that I must second this.
Anybody wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Philp?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While I think that this notice of motion has some very, 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 very valid points, I feel like if it got up, it would take away a lot of the work that has been done and a lot of the submissions that have been made that we will be discussing in the other agenda item. So from my view, I would rather strengthen the other agenda item later on to reflect what some of this is saying, but not put it all aside, because I think we did get some really good information out of putting the growth management strategy out there.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold?
I'd like to speak against the motion. I feel that some of the concerns that have been raised in the community need to be heard, but I believe this document that we will look to it is appropriately reflective and honest about some of the flaws in the original process. And we've learnt a lot from that. So I think to change course now before moving in the process as we had planned would be preemptive and not helpful. I'm not sure that scrapping this document assists the move to a full and appropriate LEP in the future.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the motion? Councillor Burrows?
I also will not be voting for this motion. And it's not, as everyone else has said, it's not that I don't agree with some of what's in it. It's just that I think that if we hadn't put it out in a form that we knew was incomplete and possibly wrong, we didn't realise quite how wrong, we wouldn't have heard as much from the community as we had. We've actually learned from this. I also think that the DP8, the Department of Housing and Industry, who gave us the grant for it, and who also are in the process of the LEP, would be unimpressed if we cast it aside. So I think that we need to go forward with the knowledge that we've gained from the community and other things that I'm sure councillors will have to say as well. And though I would like to agree that I think that the new growth management strategy should go back out to the community for consultation again.
Thank you. If there's no other councillors, Councillor Wright, you have the right of reply.
Not to the substance of the motion, Mr Mayor, but Miles rightly points out a second typo for me. In point 2 of the motion, landholders with should be landholders within. Thank you, Miles. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Given that we have moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Doran, all those in favour? All those against, please. Thank you, councillors. So that the recommendation has been lost that council sets aside the Uralla Shire Growth Management Strategy 2026 to 46 and 2, publish a suitable notice of all relevant media within 14 days for the making of this resolution, calling for expressions of interest from landholders with the Uralla Shire for the rezoning the parcels of land for any lawful and relevant purpose. And 3, the USC accepts that setting aside the Uralla Growth Management Strategy 2026 to 46 and publishing the notice authorised by the resolution actions to assist the timely development of the revised and replaced Uralla LEP. Thank you, councillors. Councillor, we had a suggestion that the item on, and I'll get the right numbers. 13.5, councillor. Yeah, that councillor, that item 13.5 be brought forward. Have I got somebody second? Moved by Councillor O'Connor, second by Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Unanimous. So we now go to item 13.5. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.5, the report on the public exhibition of draft Uralla Growth Management Strategy. The recommendation is 1, that notes the submission made on the public exhibition period for draft Uralla Shire Growth Management Strategy. 2, receives the community and stakeholder consultation report ahead of further recommendations and an amended growth management strategy. And 3, notes the directions of section 6 of that report, which are preliminary for further work and are not put to council for decision at this meeting. So I've got somebody prepared to move that. Councillor O'Connor. Open to questions, councillors. Yes.
Mr Mayor, I move this motion mainly to recognise the objections and give validity to the numerous number of objections. I voted against the setting it aside because that set aside everything, including the objections. And I believe that the validity, yes it would, because there's no guarantee, there is guarantee in this motion that the objections will be considered. If you set aside then we are not directing staff to look at the objections. We are saying start again, and that's the difference that we have. And so I believe that in doing this, I have one question of the planner. And on page 105 of the attachments, what does coming back to you actually involve? Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Any other councillor wish to speak to or against the motion? Councillor Blake, sorry.
Mr Mayor, Councillor O'Connor asked a question.
Sorry, yeah, you want to answer?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will invite the Senior Strategic Planning Officer to just talk about the process from here for the information of Councillor O'Connor and all councillors, and for the information of the people in the gallery. Mr Mayor.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, councillors. So, in terms of coming back to the community and also to council in September, taking the report from the community consultation forward with Meridian, looking at the growth management strategy, taking on board the agency contributions, we will be working on an amended and revised growth management strategy in over the coming months, because the time frame is very short, and I am not yet we need to come back with Meridian and take another workshop on how we take the actual growth management strategy forward. If we have the resourcing, ideally, I would like to come back at that time with a community engagement plan as well. Does that satisfy your question, Councillor O'Connor?
The basis of my question is, will there be another consultation period?
That is something I think that we need I need to discuss with the General Manager and with our consultants. In terms of an exhibition of a final strategy, if it's the councillor wishes to resolve to adopt it after an exhibition period, I believe you have that. You can choose to do that if you would like.
Yeah, I think through you, Mr Mayor and Councillor O'Connor, I think that given the level of interest in the document and the significance of the changes made to the document, it would be appropriate to put it back on exhibition. The document will inform the next phase of our work on the local environment plan review, and that work will, I suppose, continue concurrently with the process. But what I would emphasise, Mr Mayor and councillors, is that while we acknowledge there was significant feedback from the exhibition and consultation period that we've just concluded, and we certainly have listened and learnt from that feedback. What we've heard is very useful, and the document that will come back to council will respond to all of that feedback. This report in front of you today notes the feedback and also notes the amendments that will be made to the document to respond to that feedback. So that will be the next step in this process, and we can certainly move that document to be publicly exhibited concurrently with the next phase. So it would be our objective to try to get that document to the September meeting, Mr Mayor, so that we can provide that evidence back to the council back to the community of having listened to their feedback.
Councillor, I think we need to be really clear about this. When we see the next document, it has to go back out for a more public discussion to say, yes, this is what we think we've done. We think we've done it right. If that means that the council, or I have to go and see the minister and say we need another month or two, so because our staff are under pressure, then that's just a fact of life. So I think the reality is we got to a point with significant numbers of items, and we saw by the responses and the public meetings we've had and the forums and the workshops we've had, and some challenges around what a workshop might look like before we have another meeting. One way or another, we've got to commit to the fact that when we get the next document in September, with as many amendments as the staff are able to put together for us, we still have to put it out for more public consultation. And then if that means that it's got to be, we've got to amend it, and I know the staff have already had that deadline extended. It may just have to, we may have to negotiate. The fact that we're actually making positive progress on it, I think would be a defendable position from my point of view. So that's where I stand on that. So Councillor Phelps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say really well done, Emily. It was a very challenging document to put out to the community. And us as councillors, the discussion that we had when we resolved to put it out to community consultation was knowing that it was a flawed document, and we wanted the community to talk so that we actually got really good feedback, and I think that worked. I really hope that everybody that put in submissions or answered questions has read this report that has come out, because honestly, in my time at council, this is the best report we've ever got. It's the most comprehensive. I really, really appreciate it. One of the things that I found was many issues that we heard about weren't actually related to this. So that gives me the thought that we actually have to go to our community more on various activities that council are doing, just so that when we are consulting on one thing, we're not hearing about every single problem at the same time, because I think some people feel like that might be their only chance to talk to us. And I would love to add like a fourth point to say that it goes back out to public exhibition once we get something back.
Councillor Arnold.
Just wonder, given what we've heard today from our the public people who've spoken and the concerns that have been raised already, I wonder what I would like to suggest, a process that we let people know where this is up to and what will now come. Because I think that will reassure people that we're not just going to sort of have it as an internal conversation, but there will be more that people will see and can feel reassured that that will come and that we're committed to that. And maybe it is another item on there as well, or maybe Councillor Philps' item covers that.
I have no doubt that our media advisor, Mr. Butcher, will work on something this week for everybody to get a chance to read. Sorry, Councillor Burrows, I know I may have gone left on you. Sorry.
Happy to take my turn. Thank you, Mayor. I think that we're all going to have a lot of things that we want to say as councillors, that we want to say about this document. And thank you, Emily. And thank you to every person that wrote in or filled in the survey and gave us better understanding. But rather than us in this meeting listing every item that I've got like 3 pages of things I would like to say back to this. I'm happy to do it publicly. However, I don't think this can come back to September. I would like to have a council workshop so that we can steer this boat into what we think we want in it. So whether we can have a workshop before September, I can't imagine that Ms Sims would then have time to massage that into a document that would come back to the September meeting.
Okay, well, let's just park that for a sec. If the staff get to a position where we can have a workshop and it's public, not private, with communities invited, then we can probably do it. So that's the timing. That's around the timing, but that depends on how much. Because, as I say, we've set some challenges for our staff, and we know what some of those are. But that's a happy process that I'm happy to talk to the general manager and the staff about, and then let everybody know. And I guess, and I know from speaking to other councillors that there are issues that they'd like to see further investigated, like what other opportunities are there for land on the for small lake or lots around, or what people might want to do in Rocky River or Kentucky or the like. So
I think that'd be helpful.
yeah, okay. So yeah, all right. So I'll just ask the general manager to back and go.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you for acknowledging the tight time frame that we are on with the Department of Planning funding guidelines. We don't know if they're going to be receptive to an extension, but we can certainly make those representations, and we can take them as high as we can to ensure that we can demonstrate that the community voice has certainly been heard in this process. Councillors, we're happy to schedule a workshop session for you to review the any further feedback that you have. But what I would like to note is that the feedback that was received through the process was extensive, and I think you'd agree that the response to submissions report that our Senior Strategic Planning Officer has produced is extremely comprehensive, and she's addressed every single submission that was made and addressed every comment that was made. We have actually produced a comprehensive document through this process. What will now happen is that feedback will now go to the amendments to the document, and then the plan is to bring that back to the September meeting. We're happy to arrange a time to brief councillors on that, and I think it would be useful. I have asked Mr. Chapman to come to the meeting tonight, fresh from Broken Hill, although we don't think he made it to Broken Hill, but he's here to assist in terms of any planning questions. But we could perhaps use the time better to in a workshop to get into some of that detail and address any questions you have, and make sure that there's a good understanding of the framework that we have to work within in terms of any proposals that might like to be tabled. So I probably would recommend that we take those further questions other than what's in the submissions back to such a workshop. We will make immediate representations to find out what sort of hearing we might get with our funding body, and provide that to councillors as soon as we can. And in the meantime, we'll also schedule a workshop session. So I would note the intention to bring our report back to the September meeting, but that would be subject to the outcome of any discussions with councillors on their further feedback. And then we can review the timetable from there, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just one issue there, Councillor, and it goes to Councillor Burrows, with a number of issues. If councillors have feedback they've been given privately or their own thoughts, if they can send it on to the General Manager and discuss, so that it can be part of those discussions with the strategic plan, it would be really useful. Councillor Doran.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And notwithstanding the previous motion and my seconding of that, I do want to express my gratitude for the strategic planner and the great work in compiling the information that we have received in our report. So I do want to express that absolutely. I feel it's very thoughtful and a considered summary of the submissions and the feedback. I would also ask, though, that we actually receive, I thought we were going to actually get the submissions in a redacted form, and I note that we didn't actually get those submissions, well, at least not that I'm aware of. So with the recommendation and the first point one being notes the submissions made, I mean, we can't really note them because we didn't see them. Like, we can note the summary of the submissions made because that's what we did receive. But in all honesty, I can't really agree that we're noting the submissions because we didn't actually see them. So that would be just something also that I would request, is that we do get the redacted forms of the submissions, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll just ask the Ms. Sims to just explain where those submissions are available for you, Councillor.
Many apologies, Councillor, through you, Mr. Mayor. The redacted submissions should have been circulated via Nextcloud. That's an oversight. We're also going to make them public by publishing them on Your Say, obviously redacted. So that's an ASAP. We'll get those to you. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for my benefit, probably information that precedes my time. Is it just noting the funding body? Which grant funded this process for my benefit?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this project, which incorporates the growth management strategy, but also the LEP review to Gateway, as well as an update of our biodiversity strategy, an update of our 2012 community heritage study, and developer servicing plans, was funded by the Regional Housing Strategic Planning Fund.
Thank you.
Through DFI.
Thank you. And just a second question: what further work do our external consultants have, do you think, General Manager?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. In terms of their work with council or with
on this project?
On this project. Okay, I'll ask the strategic planning officer to respond.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So our consultants, Meridian, who prepared the draft growth management strategy and will prepare the amended growth management strategy, are also contracted to take us all the way through to the Gateway planning proposal and to undertake the LEP. So we have we've got quite a bit of scope left with their consultants, and in fact, Josh is looking forward to seeing you all again.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blakeson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note how we are going to revisit this in a more substantial form as a workshop of some kind, so I don't want to go through everything, but there are a couple of things I would like to check about at this juncture. Like everyone else, I want to acknowledge and thank all of the community. It's the most substantial amount of feedback I've seen in my time here, and so to staff for their thorough analysis and response to all of that. I think all of that's very affirming that we're going to track toward where we need to get to with this strategy. Firstly, I just tried to find copies of all the redacted docs on the Have Your Say. Is that on the growth management strategy? It's not there. No. Okay, not there yet. All right. In that regard, will the DQ and DeFi feedback be published as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. And additionally, we received Rural Fire Service submission later than the publication of the What We Heard report, and we'll also include that in this agency submissions that are unredacted.
Great. Thank you. That's good to know. I just want to make sure I got eyes on those. And then, totally unsurprisingly, the workers' camps was obviously such a key point of contention. And I note that we've recognised that. Of course, there's no surprise about any of that. But in the one-on-one discussions I've had with community members in the last month, I think where we fell down was we know that the workers' camps are coming with the construction irrespective. And that's overwhelmingly something that we can try to influence, but is well and truly above our pay grade, to use the turn of phrase. It's private developers and it's the state government. However, for all the months that we wrestled with that issue, I think there's a real body of discussion and analysis that we did that's not visible to the community, that there are advantages and disadvantages of situating that in town, situating it peripheral to town, or situating it away from town. And I think for the sake of completeness and good decision making, we really need to unpack all those scenarios, because there's a temptation to think, well, if we just piss it off out of town, the problem's gone. But there will be problems no matter where this is situated. There will be problems as long as we want to keep using electricity in this country, is the situation we're in. And after 30 years of trying to pretend that we don't need to renew old power stations, 30 years of pretending climate change isn't a thing, this is exactly the kind of scenario that me and others predicted we would have 30 years ago. And here we are, still struggling with that. I think it's also noteworthy that there's recognition that we haven't, in my view, properly engaged with where the res development is likely to have the most severe impacts. That whilst there's an impact across the entire region and there's potential benefits, but there's unequivocally negatives, there are hotspots, and especially in our shire, where there's a massive concentration of impact. And I don't think we have at all engaged with what can we do about that, what can and even is Energy Co doing about that. So for my mind, they're two really key glaring gaps in the strategy, that it doesn't speak to those issues. And then just two questions, Mr. Mayor, and that's all I have for tonight. With regard to the potential sites for the workers' camp or camps, I'm unclear about the status of Site C. There is some representation saying that the landholders who are in that site, and I'm well aware of all the problems of us not communicating proactively with these landholders, that's a real misstep on our part. But I'm not sure, like Site C is still in there in the feedback report. But so that's my first question, is what is the status of Site C, particularly from the point of view of the current owners of the land there? And then secondly, there's submissions which have raised the issue of rural residential, and I note the comments made around the Invergowrie location particularly, but there's some recognition that there needs to be further work done looking at rural residential, but my reading of the feedback report is that that's only focused on Rocky River. And so those are my two questions, is status of Site C, and then why Rocky River only if we're looking at rural residential across the whole Shire. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll make a couple of comments, then I'll ask the General Manager. The clear values around those areas to the east of Uralla. A couple of key points. One is that none of these developments can be made without the landowner's approval. So they don't have any right of. Thanks, Brian. So none of those none of those people that we're talking about in the east of the area, all of those negotiations would have to be, somebody coming along and offering substantial monies or benefits or whatever they. So there's no force. There's no. They have the developers have no statutory rights to claim people's properties. So that's the first point. The second point is, and I'll get the staff to talk to that one that we're talking about off Plain Avenue. The other thing is that, of course, we're all aware now that the EIS that the Department, the Energy Co are including for their final three likely proponents for construction, have identified two sites. One at Kyabra, which is on our boundary. Probably the only direct input would be to upgrade Glenburnie Road as an access into the northern end of the development, and another one at Wallen, which is obviously very close to Walker Road. Not in our shire, but very close to that. Having said that, we're also aware of interest in the industrial land that we own on the corner of Rowan Avenue and the highway. Where that goes is the early days, and we need to look to get information to provide to the council and the community about what they have with that block. I will ask the General Manager just to update where we're up to with the land off Plain Avenue, please, and then why it wasn't taken out in its entirety.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just to recap, Councillor Blakester, the questions are around why Site C is retained in the preliminary directions, and also some more information about the rural residential direction, noting that those are preliminary directions based on officers' sort of first takes on the community and agency feedback. So the approach with The strategic approach we took with identifying temporary workforce accommodation sites, all but site E and A were already in the strategy as well, future residential investigation areas. The overlap between identified sites for future residential and identified sites for temporary workforce accommodation overlapped completely. We did that on purpose because we also understood that our primary source of future residential demand in the very short term was going to be coming from the res, and in the longer term, that demand is a lot more stable. Based on the community feedback, our preliminary direction is to remove the identification of sites E, D, and B for temporary workforce on the basis that it would be very difficult, we think, to demonstrate there was no adverse impact to adjacent residential use, which is the criteria in the SEP. Site C currently has a planning proposal for future residential use, and we are in discussions with the proponents around the future of that site and how it may be addressed in the growth management strategy. The department have been very clear in their feedback that we need to address the site that has the current planning proposal, so this is 0 Racecourse Road, in our GMS. The demand for workforce accommodation is an immediate demand that we've identified to retain site C, but nominate it as a site that's preferred for legacy adaptive, what's the other, permanent residential use as opposed to temporary use. It is a strategic nexus for bringing that site, demonstrating why that site might need to be brought forward. In this case, retaining the use of land that is rezoned and released under that planning proposal is it's about meeting the immediate strategic need for new land and new lots to come online beyond the business as usual stable growth. We know that we're going to have this quite large influx. So the landowners at Site C are in proactive and good conversations with council about how the GMS addresses their site and the strategic approach there. On the question of rural residential, one of the primary bits of feedback that we receive from the community is we get it. There's a lot of rural residential land. We get it. There's like 185 potential lots in Saumarez, in Invergowrie. There's heaps out in Western Uralla. But you're not addressing demand associated with particular localities. We had preliminary conversations with the department around that had been raised to us, and they have suggested that a rural residential demand assessment on the basis of locality would be something they would potentially be would be supported. They would like to see if we are to bring forward in the GMS suggestions of rezoning more rural residential land in other parts of the Shire. The reason that Rocky River, I think the preliminary suggestion is that we, pending an outcome of a rural residential supply review, consider inclusion of acceptable outcomes for proponent-led planning proposals for rezoning. In the existing draft growth management strategy, the strategy states that there are significant constraints at Rocky River to do with biodiversity, bushfire hazard and heritage. However, there is it is not inconsistent with the growth management strategy. If a proponent on unconstrained land were to bring forward a planning proposal, council could consider it on its merits. We would have to substantiate, or the proponent would have to substantiate that they can overcome the constraints, and they would have to substantiate why there is a demand in that location. But the strategy sort of does state that if those constraints can be overcome, it's something that can be considered as a rationalisation. Considering the inclusion of acceptable outcomes for proponent-led planning proposals for additional permitted use dwellings within existing small lots within Rocky River, that's addressing this issue of existing small mining leases that have not got dwelling entitlements and a pathway to a property having a dwelling entitlement. So the issue there is that we would require these planning proposals to be proponent-led. I think that it's outside of the scope of this DMS. Are you okay? Right. To nominate which sites those are and which of those sites are unconstrained. So the APU, additional permitted use planning proposal, offers a potential pathway for those sites to have a dwelling in the LEP. I just want to note that those are very preliminary directions, and we need to really look at the whole of the growth management strategy holistically, noting that a rural residential demand based on locality, that analysis is outside of the scope of this project and would have to be resourced if we were to go down that track.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sims. I think the other issue that Councillor Blakes raises, as a community or as a council, we haven't prosecuted the advantages and disadvantages of what a renewable energy housing development right on the edge of town might look like. So if I go back to the experience at Marothery that they built a long way from anywhere, and probably the only benefit they would have seen to date is that I'm absolutely assured that the Dunedoo RSL Club, their poker machines haven't stopped since the development started, but they don't see any food. Nothing comes from the local communities, and of course the other challenge is that because it's all single. Each unit's a single person unit. Anybody who wants to move to the work with a family is then looked to rent in Goulgong or Dunedoo, and so there's been those stresses. So the issue that Dubbo looked at is they wanted to have the development on the edge of the town, so that people got all their food, all their clothing, spent all their money in the town. Of course, that was set up by Squadron Energy, and then Squadron Energy pulled out on the basis that it was going to be too far away from their development site. So it's one of those issues that I actually think we need to understand what the community, what they see the benefits and what they see as the disadvantages, and how that might all look in the future, because there are some challenges both ways, and I think we probably touched on earlier with Energy Co about health, crime issues, public welfare, all of those issues. So some of that needs to be further prosecuted. Councillors, we've put in item 4 in the recommendation. Councillor O'Connor, are you happy with that item 4 to be in there? Is there any other questions, or can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Mailer, are you happy to second, or you've got more questions? Okay.
I've got more questions, thanks. Or probably an observations. Given that Meridian was the significant contributor to the report, there should be a reset on the relationship between Uralla Council and Meridian, given that Meridian's going to have a significant part to play in this process towards the LEP and the other documents that have got to be generated. And what I'm getting to is they're a significant contributor to a misstep, not understanding the community and not actually understanding where the document quite clearly was demonstrated from the community point of view. The document's to serve this community, not to serve the department, not to serve the council, but to serve this community. And I just want to be assured that Meridians understands, because if they're going to be a significant contributor going forward, they need to understand that they've made a misstep here. They haven't understood the community. They haven't understood the need for the document to actually address what the community, the service to the community the documents has to stand. It's quite clear the amount of reaction and the interest in this document from the community that there's been a misstep. Now, we as an organisation are recognising that, and we recognise that quite clearly, and the work that was done by the staff has clearly recognised that. But as the major contributing partner to that document, they need to be understand that they've had a misstep, and they're on notice for that. So I just want to be assured that it's not all rainbows and unicorns. We've got to actually understand that they've led us to this point, and they need to be able to step up to that role and that responsibility. So I want to be assured that there's going to be a reset on that relationship, and the contribution is going to actually deliver significantly better than it has in the past. So, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think councillors, we'd all agree those are very valid comments, but I wouldn't put the blame on to the consultants. We worked through a process. I think that all of the officers would agree that we may have perhaps overstretched the strategic objectives of this document and not taken the community on the journey to the extent that we could have, particularly in, it was a stretch to expect that community might have an understanding of some of the higher level concepts when we hadn't really taken them on the journey. The fact that, for example, we had concerns that council was going to rezone land that was never part of this process, or that people were going to be forced to sell their land, or council would be buying land. These were some of the comments that we heard, which was really surprising to us, and that highlighted to us that we hadn't taken the community on that journey. And this is, these are really complex strategic planning principles, and we had jumped too far ahead without taking the community there. So I think that's the learning for us, and the consultants are working with us on that journey. They're certainly going to be supporting Emily as she goes through the next stages and taking on board the feedback from community. So please rest assured that there's no different objective. It is for the community. This document is about our community, and that's why this process has been so important and educational and informative. So it will be reflective of their feedback going forward. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Burrows.
I just have a couple of other things. I had a long conversation with the Williams today, and that's not quite how they're hearing this. So they said they will not consent to the use on that C block. So we need to be very careful that we're actually hearing what people say. The other thing that I found a real shock was on page 104, the resolve requirement for preparation of master plan and areas zoned for residential purposes. And I would stress that this is not a job of council. This is not our role to spend ratepayers' money to achieve outcomes for developers. We are not a centrally planned system, and market forces will determine what is feasible, not council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. I have Councillor Doran, you got another question?
Well, just related to the resolution, Mr. Mayor, Mayor, if I may, just interrogate that a little bit. So with, thank you for the amendment for point 1. I think that now looks good. With 2, receives the community and stakeholder consultation report ahead of further recommendations and an amended growth management strategy. I'm just wondering, is it really necessary to have another report on the community and stakeholder consultation, given the discussion and commitment to the rigorous consultation that we are saying that we're going to embark on ahead of an amended growth management strategy? Would it not be simpler and more straightforward if we just received an amended growth management strategy? Do we really need an additional? I'm just thinking of the workload for the team.
Yeah, can I just say yes?
Yeah. So
We
does
do
that
need to
need
have
to
it.
be in the resolution?
Well, I think we need
is my question.
We need to be able to tell the community what we're doing, and this is the way we're going to go forward. So my answer to that is just as simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then is point 3 also, like, does that need to be there? Anyway.
All right. So wait a sec. You've moved the motion, and Councillor Miller seconded. You're still happy to move what's there?
I guess so. I just wanted to question. I put forward those questions because.
Okay. Yeah. So that's.
Sorry.
I don't think I did.
No, that's all right. Just trying to check that because Councillor O'Connor, I had down as moving that. So. Yeah, so we better go backwards a step, please.
Yes, it was Councillor O'Connor. Apologies.
So I'm going to look for a seconder. Councillor Philp? Oh, sorry. Councillor Blakesy, you seconded? Okay, good. All councillors, all those in favour of the recommendation? The council notes the summary of the submissions made during the public exhibition period to the draft Uralla Shire Growth Management Strategy. 2, receives the community and stakeholder consultation report ahead of further recommendations and an amended growth management strategy. 3, notes the directions at section 6 of that report, which are preliminary for further work and not put to council for a decision at this meeting. And 4, resubmit the updated strategy to the community for further consultation. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillor Wright, you're voting against that? Yes. Thank you. All those, sorry. Councillors, and as I say, thank you for the community for their input. And as I say, you'll get advice when we have our next workshop on this matter. Councillors, we go back to item 12.1, Bundarra Community Committee draft minutes of the meeting held at 12th of August 2026. Councillor Phelps, do you want to talk to? Any questions of Councillor Phelps? Councillor Blakesy, you had a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We might just wait a sec while we.
Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Can you go and talk to the landlord? Thanks very much. All right, so councillors, on page 59, one of the attachments to Bundarra Community Committee meeting. So any questions of Councillor Phelps? Councillor Blakesy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not a question for Councillor Phelps necessarily, probably more for staff because it relates to the works update. And just by way of explanation, I was an apology for this month's meeting. So I wasn't there to be able to raise this at the time. So on pages 58 and 59 of the attachments, there's an item in the works report which is about the extension of a culvert. And my question is relating to a point of confusion that on the one hand, that item is identified as saying the budget was approved and that it was part of the 2026-2027 budget and operational plan, but then that action item goes on to say that the work won't be done because maybe more important things will come along, and it'll depend on if the money's still there at the end of the year. Now, that alarms me deeply because I don't know what budget approval means and how conditional these things are. And this goes to the heart of some of the confusion that arises in the community, which I've gotten to witness at Bundarra, where they feel like things are agreed at one meeting and then 3 or 4 meetings later they get unravelled. And then the next thing, a year goes by and it's like, oh no, we're not doing that at all. And so that's my question, is what is the actual status of this culvert? And if it is approved in the budget, why is it not proceeding?
Group Manager, are you prepared to answer that question at this stage? Okay.
May I just do a quick response that Stephen was at the meeting and gave a full works report, which was overall incredibly positive, and there was like 3 things that are completed. And right now, as I read this, I can't remember exactly what was said on that item, so I don't recall. We would really need to refer, I think.
There was a conversation around these culverts that they're struggling to get the culverts in and getting them made. Since COVID, there's been a huge backlog on the concrete stuff. And apparently it's Shire wide. I remember that part of the conversation, that there is this backlog that they just can't even get these culverts. So there might be other work. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think we need to get there, because you're right.
Yeah, there was that conversation that they were struggling to get them.
Yeah.
I might ask Mr. Raby when he's back in the room, so please to give it. Any other questions, councillors?
So I wasn't sure if Councillor Blakester had any more. I'm just curious, and I have kind of raised this before, so I just wanted to, again, if I could. So on page 18 of the business paper, which is just part of the council report, we do have the financial and long-term financial plan section. So this is council implications. And I know I've kind of raised this, but what I'm thinking about is, can we put a dollar figure in there as to just thinking about our support for groups in the community? And so this is a 355 Committee of Council. There is council support provided to the committee. And obviously the Director of Infrastructure or the General Manager or whoever is available and able to attend. But then, like, it would be, I think, handy for transparency's sake if we actually had what the financial cost is for each of the meetings, or like support for that is provided, be that in kind or actual support. So I just wanted to mention that again, that it would be good at some stage if we could actually have something put in there. I know it says projects and initiatives are undertaken within council's adopted operational plan resources, and that's kind of like a standard response. But I'm just asking if we could actually have an actual figure that goes in there, or what the costs are, be it executive staff time, the car, whether fuel's claimed, the cost to hire the hall. Like, I don't know what the tea and coffee, like, I don't know what the costs could be, but, or how they could be sort of ratified. But just in better transparency, I feel like there's an opportunity there that we could be using.
While I'm happy to have staff think about it, I think you might have opened up Pandora's box, because one of the challenges with particularly the smaller communities is how we support them and how make them feel like they're part of it. And at the end of the day, did you want to close the door a bit, Councillor? Sorry. My concern is you start to identify costs, and then we say, well, we're spending too much money there on those smaller communities. So I'm just not sure that you get the outcome you hope for, but I'll have that discussion with the staff, how that might work. Mr. Raby, you up to date on that one? Has Mr. Head passed on the information on page 59, please? There was
Thank you. Thanks, Council. I do have some information on box culverts. Exactly where is the culvert that we're talking about here? Oh,
Page 58 on
The-
59.
there is a. Sorry, the Bandara report. I thought it was a general question about box culverts, so I apologise. That is still our preferred option. I haven't had a catch. I thought we'd already adopted that as a project. Not that bit, no.
Maybe I could just clarify, Mr. Mayor, for Mr. Ravey, just because you're out of the room. Mick, the question I had is the report indicates the budget was approved for that culvert, and obviously this is like a 12-month action that's coming to fruition. But then the report goes on to say that even though the budget's been approved, we're not going to actually progress this until late this financial year in case something more important comes along. And so my concern is, where does that leave the community going, oh, well, the budget's approved, we're going to do it on, actually, back here, where you're not going to see, we're going to decide whether we do it or not. And so that inconsistency is worrisome. And so that's my question.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, this is one of those rare occurrences where I might take it on notice with respect and get you a conclusive answer.
Any other questions, councillors? Surely somebody's got something for Councillor Philp. All right, if I can have a seconder, please. Councillor Mailer, thank you. The council receives the draft minutes of the Bandara Committee meeting held on the 12th of August 2026. Move Councillor Philp. Second, Councillor Mailer. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Councillors, item 13.1, Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee, the 4th of August 2026 meeting report to council. Recommendation on the bottom of page 19. Councillor Arnold, would you like to speak to that, please?
I would just like to make a couple of comments. Firstly, that it was a very positive meeting, and we have been now together for a year. The chairperson at that meeting spoke of a maturing of some of the things that were being reported and the conversations and questions that we now have. The managers of both the McMore Gardens and the Uralla Community Care both spoke very confidently about their services and about the work that's going on there. The meeting clearly acknowledged also that there are still many hurdles ahead, but there seems to be a willingness to work hard on those and not be daunted by that. Staffing certainly continues to be one of the major challenges, although the amount being spent on agency staff has reduced dramatically. I think, and Mr. Dyer may wish to comment, but certainly the recent news about the Commonwealth Home Support Program funding has been a godsend and very positive, and I think it means for Uralla Community Care that things can now, maybe not for too long, but can relax a little in the short term. But all in all, I felt that the reports were concise and done well, and there are certainly things still to work on, but after a year I'm very confident that it's going really well. Thank you.
Any questions of Councillor Arnold or of our group manager, Councillor O'Connor?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I have a question in relation to page 67, item 7.7, and it's the complaint and feedback analysis. And the minute is that the Aged Care Compliance and Assurance Committee receives and notes the complaints and feedback. And my question is, does the committee do any more than note?
Group manager, would you like to answer that, please?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor O'Connor, for your question. In terms of the complaints and feedback, there's generally a discussion. They note the reports that are given to them about the number of the complaints, the kinds of complaints that they're receiving. Generally speaking, the recommendations that would come from the committee are more along the lines of if there's any issues with the process of managing those complaints, or if there's any identification of an issue that staff might need to consider some kind of continuous improvement, or where there was a breakdown in the complaints handling process, or if there's a trend in the kinds of complaints that have been received. So there's a general discussion around that, but there's not a detailed diving into the complaints or the way that a particular complaint might have been handled. At the committee meeting, there was a discussion about a SIRS 1, a Serious Incident Report Priority 1, and then 2 related SIRS Priority 2. And there was a general discussion about with as much detail as we could disclose to the committee about what that complaint related to, how that complaint was investigated, how the investigation process proceeded, and then what the conclusion of that complaint investigation process was, and then how that was reported back to the department. So that's the way that we deal with those in the process of the committee.
Mr. Mayor, my main comment is that all the other items say no, and they're about standards and about reporting and about governance, etc. But a complaint seems to me to require an action, and whether or not the committee is satisfied with the action, I think maybe that should be reflected in the motion rather than just noting. Thanks. That's all.
Yeah, but take that point on notice. Thanks, and Group Manager. The challenge that I see is that we need to make sure that this report can go to Open Council. So as soon as we start having to delve into other things, then the report would need to go into closed session. But I think that's a sensible process forward. Thanks, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about. So I understand that as councillors, we are the responsible or accountable persons to this group. Is that to this committee? Is that, or to the? We all had to go down to the pharmacy and get a check done that proved that we were responsible people, and I felt that it was for the aged care or aged care compliance or something. Is that not correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Doran. The purpose of the committee is to assist councillors to discharge their responsibilities as a responsible person. Yes. So as a responsible person under the Aged Care Act, each of the councillors have a duty to ensure that their council operations are being carried out in accordance with the Aged Care Act and the quality standards.
Thank you. That's just what I thought.
Yeah. And then to answer your second question about the police checks.
No, I didn't have a question about it. Yeah. So sorry. My question then is that while I appreciate this and I appreciate that it's light on and that it needs to be a public document, I get that. But for us to be responsible persons, as you just stated, then and given this has now been 12 months, I just wonder if it would be appropriate, because I have questions like Councillor O'Connor in relation to the complaints and the feedback report, compliance and monitoring, about the review of the standards 1 and 2, just various things. And I'm wondering if we would benefit from a confidential, like more fulsome report to council annually, something like that, to just give us a little bit more kind of information and assurity, either that, or if we all, I would like to participate in a meeting sometime. Like, I don't know how else to get that information, I guess, is what I'm trying to ask for.
Thank you. Councillor Doran, I suppose As far as attendance at the meeting goes, there's certainly Councillor Philp, Councillor Burrows at different times have attended those meetings. And I, for one, welcome my colleagues to be in that room because I think it's important. I think the other thing is that I imagine that the reason a councillor is appointed to that committee is so that if there were concerns about the governance or any of those other issues, that would be brought back in a formal way to the chamber. I'm not sure whether Mr. Dyewood wants to comment further, but I think it's about trusting that as the report comes and any comments that come, it's been well and truly monitored and looked at as we go. But certainly would welcome you or any other of my colleagues in the room at the time.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Blakeson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a small point, but an important one, the minutes. So in the attachments, page 63, the way the minutes are laid out, that first page makes it appear as though Deputy Mayor Arnold is a staff member or an apology or something. But if the layout of these could be lined up properly, just so that it's really clear who's there, who's an apology, and certainly not misclassifying elected councillors as staff. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Wright.
Mayor, a small procedural question from our group manager. Do I need to provide a criminal record check, or can I just remain an irresponsible person?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if you could, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, we can arrange through HR for that process, acknowledging the tension between the Aged Care Act and the Local Government Act, in that there's certain requirements for a governing body under the Aged Care Act that councillors cannot meet under the Local Government Act. So there's certain requirements to be on a board, but those requirements are not reciprocated in the Local Government Act. Nevertheless, under the Aged Care Act, the councillors are deemed to be the governing body of our aged care services. There was a recent letter that was received from the department, which was talking about trying to address that issue and trying to remove councillors as responsible persons, acknowledging that tension. But we can discuss with HR about going through that process. It's an odd process because if the police check came back and it was contrary to what you could do under the Aged Care Act, in the letter that council has received from the department, they say, yeah, we understand that might be an issue and we don't really know how to manage that. We'll manage that on an ad hoc basis.
Happy to for you to tell me how to manage that, group manager.
Thank you. And I guess that just reflects that sometimes we lose track of where we're all up to. If there's no further questions, if I can have a seconder, please. I forgot that Councillor Arnold moved it. Councillor Philp. All those in favour that the recommendation that Council receives and notes the report, notes the challenges and initiatives outlined in the report, and acknowledges the contribution of the staff, management, and leadership team of McMore Gardens and the Uralla Community Care, and congratulates them on their strong performance. All those in favour, thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, item 13.2, loans of the 31st of July 2026. The recommendation of Council notes the total loan position as of the 31st of July 2026 is 1,021,163. Somebody move that, please. Councillor Burrows. Any questions, councillors? Second, Councillor O'Connor. And I'm really disappointed, Mushtaq, I thought you might be here when we got under $1 million. We'll see how we go. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Thanks, councillors. Councillors, item 13.3, the investments as of the 31st of July 2026. The council notes the cash position of the 31st of July 2026 consisting of cash and overnight funds of $5,056,585, term deposits of $22 million, and total cash and term deposits of $27,056,000 $1,585 as of the 31st of July 2026, and also notes the restrictions are reconciled quarterly. As of the 31st of March 2026, Council's total cash and investments were $24,567,927, consisting of $19,008,509 in external restrictions, $4,514,070 in internal restrictions, leaving an unrestricted cash balance of $1,045,345, compared with $1,112,649 as of the 31st of December. The unrestricted cash balance as of the 30th of June 2026 will be finalised through the year audit. I'm just wondering if the Chief Finance Officer would like to give us an update through your General Manager about when the audit's likely to proceed and whether our cash position is similar to what we just read out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The audit will start from the middle of September. Before that, we'll take the financial statements to the ERIC, and then the statement will be sent to the auditors, and we will place the draft financial statement in next month's council meeting. And in terms of unrestricted cash, unofficial balance is around $2 million. That is the figure at this moment. This is unofficial, and once the auditors go through the process, that amount will be finalized. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It gives me some confidence. So, councillors, if I can have somebody move the recommendation. Councillor O'Connor, seconder, please. Councillor Mailer. Oh, sorry, Councillor Blackster, I've avoided. Do you have a question?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that update. That is exactly the point I wanted to speak to, because it's now 5 months since we've got an unrestricted cash figure, and I understand the dynamics with the audit, but given how close we're flying to the wind on that, it's problematic that we have 5 months without any reporting on that. So I just want to have on the record that I hope we are indeed okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Blake, so I had you down seconded to this. Councillor Mailer seconded. So I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. 13.4, councillors, the monthly finance report for July 2026. The recommendation of council receives the attached monthly finance report for July 2026. Somebody prepared to move that? Councillor Burrows. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Burrows, you get first go. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask some questions around the expenses. Well, I've actually got 3 questions. One is probably better to start with. The proportionate budget is doing my head in, because the proportionate budget doesn't seem to be a figure divided by 12, neither does it seem to be a figure that you're expecting to get that month. So I'm not getting it. That's my problem. That leads into my next questions, which is on page 70 of the attachments. I do not understand how we can have, be they small or large amounts of money, in actuals to July. In insurance, we have 1,000 against proportionate 17,000, and this goes down the line. In audit services, it's 0, but you were expecting 19. Communication, 0, expecting 22. Training, 9, expecting 24. Other, 7, expecting 26. And this goes on the next page in expenses of licenses, subscriptions and memberships, the same thing. So in the water fund for licenses, it's 6, expecting 0. Sewer fund, 4, expecting 0. McMoores, 17, expecting 3. So I think I need the proportionate budget explained to me again, because I'm obviously getting it wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Barrows. Firstly, the proportionate budget is not equal distribution of total budget in 12 months. So what we do budget profiling. Budget profiling is something based on expected amount when we will book as income or when we will make the payment. Based on that profiling, we distribute the amount by month or by the period. That's why you will see the amounts, total amounts does not really align with the proportionate budget. Now, the second question is, let me take one example, insurance here, $637,000. We are basically reporting this one for 31st of July, and the payment for insurance, I think I approved the payment today. So that will be covered in next month. Then you will see 100% of insurance payment is made in August. So that is how actually the budget, proportionate budget will match with the total budget and actuals to date. And another point is audit services. Yes, please.
Yes, but noting that, weren't you expecting that to happen? So were you expecting that you were going to have to pay it last month, not this month? So otherwise, I don't see if you like, for example, it's probably easier in the ones like the subscriptions on the next page. If you are expecting it to pay it in 1 month, I get that. But if the bill came in last month, but you've paid it this month, therefore it gets put into last month, but it's actually in this month. Is that what you mean? Because if you were expecting it to come in last month, then, let's say in July, if you're expecting it to come in July as a bill, well, why isn't that in the proportionate budget? Why isn't that how that would work?
If the question is, if I understand the question correctly, if I'm expecting the invoice to come in July, then that amount will be included as a proportionate budget in July. And maybe the invoice has not come yet. That's why the amount is still zero or less than the proportionate budget.
But it's in the actuals.
Yes, in the actuals, because we did not receive the invoice yet.
So all of these things, if somebody else has not sent the bill when they should have sent it?
Yes.
Oh my God. And is that going to be the same in the licenses, etc.?
Yes, licenses, most of the licenses we pay in, if I correctly remember, the payment goes in March of the financial year. That means in the 9th month, we will make the payment for the license. That's how you will profile the budget.
I think I'm still losing this somehow. Because if you know that, if the bill hasn't been paid, so the actual is you've spent the money, but you haven't got the bill. Like if the actual says that, say there's $1,000 for insurance, but the bill hasn't come yet, so
we are expecting the bill to come in next March. That's why the proportionate budget is much less than the total budget. You see, total budget is 1,478,000, but proportionate budget is only 123. The reason is we are not expecting the invoice to come until March next year.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions, councillors? Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. CFO, in terms of operating grants, that is all grants for contractors who provide services as well as advice, so consultants, covers all of that.
Are we talking about?
So when we're looking at grants, let me rephrase this. When we're looking at grants, it covers all of incoming grant funds.
Yes.
In total.
Yes.
And then my apologies, I'll go to a second question. When we go to expenses, items 2 and 3, contracts and external services and materials and services, which one of those captures consultants, for example, contracts that give advice?
So the operating grant actually mix up in payments. We receive the money in a bundle, but the payment could go to salaries, payment could go to materials, contractors, not to a particular reporting head.
Yeah, no, and that's my fault for going to that first point. Yeah, I'm understanding the money's not going back to who's given it to us yet. But for example, those two items cover whether Miles needs someone to pour concrete or Emily needs someone to give advice. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Blakestone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of questions. Given that I've seen the July report before, as in previous financial year, I'm remiss of not remembering the answer to this, but the first question I've got is the way we do our accounting for rates is the entire year up front. Okay, that's standard. Is that standard accounting practice across?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I love the way this government sector doesn't follow accounting rules that everyone else does.
Well, so my local government.
Yeah. So my two questions. Yeah, no. So having an accounting background as a liability, there's a little accounting joke there. Yeah. So my two questions are: what is it in particular about July that we're less active on capital works? So that's not a question for our CFO. But I note that that is the explanation given as to why CapEx costs were 158,000 as compared to the proportional budget of 900,000. So that's my first question: is what is it in particular about July that makes it less active for capital works? And then my second question relates to the water fund specifically, and why are employee costs for the water fund 150% higher than the proportional budget?
Thanks, Councillor. On your last point, salaries and wages, over the first, what are we now? When's this up to? Just July. Yeah. No, but I'm aware of a trend that would give us these figures. We had late last year 3 departures. We needed to respond quickly. We got resources from a couple of other councils, and we got a contractor in, and that's been at increased cost, obviously. We've finished the recruitment, but one position who was signing the papers and took a job elsewhere today. So we're going back out for one position. So there will be additional backfilling money spent probably during the recruitment period.
Councillors, if there's no further questions. Oh,
my first question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got 2 answers to what it might be, but I could do further research to give it clarification. I know from experience working in infrastructure, July tends to be a period where one sits back and takes a breath, because you've finished the scream to the finish line with the capital works, and now you're deeply into planning for the next 12 months coming. So historically, it can be because it's being used for planning of future projects. Now, I'm not saying that was the cause of this, but it could well have been. It's also highly affected by weather, especially rain. I wasn't here at the time, and I know there was when I left, we were in drought. We'd stopped doing a significant proportion of works because we couldn't get water. That changed 2 weeks before I arrived back. So that may have played a role. But I'll do some, we can do some more fine analysis. Councillor, and if you don't mind, I might take that part on notice.
Thank you. Councillors, no other questions? I have moved by Councillor Burrows. The seconder, please. Councillor Mailer. Recommendation the council receives the attached monthly finance report as of July 2026. All those in favour? Thanks, councillors. Councillors, we have a dilemma now. Dinner's up. Do we want to try and head through, or would you like to have a break for dinner? I'm taking. Okay, move Councillor Arnold, second Councillor Doran. All those in favour is a dinner break. Thank you, councillors. So I have somebody move and second that we recommence the council meeting. Councillor Burrows, Councillor Mailer, all those in favour? All right, thank you. Okay, item 13.6, the proposed revised licence of the Uralla Memorial Hall to Uralla Neighbourhood Centre Incorporated. I'm going to ask our group manager, Mr. Williams, to speak to this. He had some alterations to the actual document. So, Mr. Williams, have you got a microphone? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the report speaks to itself, but I did make some an alteration to the officer's recommendation this afternoon, which I've circulated to councillors. Essentially, what we're trying to achieve is to formalise the tenure over at the Memorial Hall. The idea back in 2024, when council first considered issuing a licence, was to formalise the tenure so that we could commence the work to do community consultation to determine what the community actually wants to use the hall for, and beyond, and presuming it's the same purpose that it's currently been using, but beyond that, if it is to continue to deliver community services out of the hall, who is best placed to deliver that under a longer term lease arrangement. But we didn't want to go to the existing occupants and say, oh, by the way, everything's changing. There had to be a lead in time for them to be able to understand what we're doing and contribute to that process. So back in 2024, the issue of the licence was to achieve that. For a number of reasons, that hasn't come to pass, and so we're revisiting it now. And in revisiting it, we're recognising that we do need to put a clear start and finish date. And the changes that I have suggested this afternoon, one was a consequence of my poor drafting, and I apologise for that. We have a provision in the licence that potentially makes the facility available to council in the event of a natural disaster where we may need to occupy another premises to continue administrative services, etc. The intention of that clause was that if and when we had to do that, there would be no charge to council for their occupation during that time, and that the rent would be abated for that time. I didn't get that right in my initial drafting. So I think that the amended officer recommendation has corrected that. And then the second one goes to the reporting requirements that we're asking of the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, so that council can satisfy itself that they have the capacity to deliver on their obligations under the licence, which from our perspective is maintaining the asset and delivering the services that they say they're going to deliver. I had initially said that we get copies of their financial statements after audit. Councillor Tom, thank you very much for the feedback. Pointed out that that's quite a significant cost impost on an organisation like Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, and that was certainly unintended. Similarly, getting an accountant's certificate, $8,000 or $10,000 or whatever it is, that's not what we wanted to do. We just wanted to get enough information to be able to satisfy ourselves that they could meet their obligations under the licence. What I have changed it to is recognising that they're currently subscribed to ACNC, so Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit, and there is a governance framework behind that requires them to submit financials by a particular date. So rather than duplicating that particular effort, I'm suggesting that we remove the original officer recommendation that I drafted and simply say they maintain their registration at ACNC and give us the financial records that they are required to give to ACNC. And that was the end of the changes. And thank you, councillors, for humouring me with the late change. I'm happy to take questions.
So just one for me, Mr. Williams. The recommendation that's on page 2 of the handout, is that now what you're suggesting should be the recommendation to council?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
It's on the screen.
All right. So, councillors, if I get somebody prepared to move it, and then I'll ask questions. Councillor Phil. Questions, councillors? Councillor Doran.
Thank you. I hope you'll bear with me. I have quite a few things I just want to go through. So the original notice of motion for the, so just a little bit of history. Back in 2022, so the February meeting of 2022, that was the original license or lease is what we agreed to at the time. I just want to also firstly correct the title of the hall. It's actually the RSL Memorial Hall. It's not the Uralla Hall. So we will need to change that if that's okay. So the original motion back in 2022 was to continue to lease the RSL Memorial Hall to the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre for 2 years, February 2022 to February 2024, at the current rent of $8,000 per year, paid quarterly in advance. So that arrangement has actually continued, although not formally. So in 2024, then there was an additional motion put forward to follow up basically on that, because that actually sort of hadn't occurred for whatever reason. So I just wanted to sort of tidy up that, because so point two of the so point one of the recommendation, if I can just speak to that to try to put some structure around what I want to say. So point one of the recommendation, I'd like to also suggest that we, so yes, acknowledge the ongoing community services provided by the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, but they also manage the hall. So they manage the bookings, they are located at the hall, and I think that it would be appropriate to acknowledge their management of the hall, which is actually not sort of covered there. So that is just something else I wanted to mention. So two, the delays in implementing the licence approved by council, which was actually 2022. That hasn't happened till now, but that's okay too. So we were always, the intention was always to provide them with a 2-year licence. I acknowledge that if we were to do that, 2028 is going to be a council election term. So it's probably not ideal to have a lease agreement or a licence, as this is going to be rolling into a new council term starting in September. And likewise, if we started it in, or had this one finish in June 2028, then we would be putting forward a decision that the new council would need to accept. And I think there's caretaker provisions that would probably preclude that as well. I think starting the new licence agreement on the 1st of September, today being the 25th of August, doesn't get a lot of time for actual liaison with the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, who are the current and ongoing, have been, managers and located in the hall. So I would rather see a commencement date that's more realistic, like mid-September or the 30th of September as a start date.
Just on that point, I'm happy to ask one of the staff if there've been what communications they've had with the neighbourhood centres, so that might shorten that process up.
Thank you. That would be good. And as far as with the communication at the neighbourhood centre, so there's no paid employees. They are all volunteer workers at the neighbourhood centre. The best way to communicate with them is by arranging a meeting so that all of the executive the president, the treasurer, and I'm not sure what Kathy Dodd's title is called, but so that those 3 key people, and Narelle, who's the treasurer, so there's 4 actually, that would be the best to, no, Narelle's the secretary of anyway, sorry, but if popping over to have a chat with them is not always the best way to engage with them, because they are a drop-in centre. They are a crisis shelter. They are, you never know what you're walking into or what they've just managed or dealt with. So I would strongly recommend that engagement with the group that manage the hall would be made in a planned kind of arrangement so that the right people can be engaged with at an appropriate time, that they can set aside that time to be ready and available. So I just wanted to put that caveat in.
I'll ask the question. General Manager, can you tell me the staff interactions with the neighbourhood centre, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I can advise that there have been ongoing staff interactions with the neighbourhood centre on these matters and leading up to this report. And in fact, specific engagement to let them know that this report was going to council tonight, and also if they'd like to speak to the item. So there certainly has been regular engagement with them on this matter. And Mr. Williams can respond to some of those questions too, if you wish.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. There's a long list there. If I could just go back to what I was able to capture. Back in 2022, Council resolved on the back of a notice of motion to renew a lease. That was problematic in its implementation because we were not ever able to identify that a lease existed. But there was certainly, we were certainly able to identify that there had been informal but arrangements in place that acknowledged that the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre would have exclusive occupation and management of the hall, through which the income would support the community services that they were delivering. I didn't, and I apologise to councillors if it's an oversight, but I didn't revisit that information because I felt that it was covered in the 2024 report. The 2024 report resolved to issue a 2-year licence for all of the purposes that were listed out there and are repeated here. The reason why that licence was never actually implemented was partly us. August 2025 was the date that we actually sent the licence agreement out to the UNC. We didn't get, despite follow-up from that, we didn't actually get a response from Uralla Neighbourhood Centre until June 2020 or July 2026. And that was the catalyst to commence further communications. But Councillor Doran, I take your point, and I have made this offer to the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre. It is difficult for them to have ad hoc conversations about what they need and what they would like. And I've made the offer personally to attend their committee meetings to answer any questions that they might have and provide any information that I can have, that I can provide them to provide whatever assurance I can. The licence that we're proposing at the moment concludes in June 2027, so well outside the 2028 elections. I would note that UNC has had the existing licence since August 2025, but hasn't come back to us. I understand from my communications with the chair only last week that one of the issues that they had with the licence was some uncertainty around who was responsible for what under the licence agreement, and I was able to provide some clarification to that, and that was your standard landlord-tenant type arrangement. Essentially saying the building is council's responsibility, the structural component of it. The fittings and the general maintenance is covered by the proposed licence agreement. And I understood from the conversation that I had with the chair that that was acceptable on the proviso that we could keep working together to iron out any uncertainties as and when they come up. To which we said, yes, of course, that's something we're going to do. The principal reason why we want to get the licence agreement in place, one is to formalise the occupancy, but two, it actually sets out the timeframes within which we've got to do some further work. And that further work is to bring the transparency that this chamber has talked about on multiple issues to the agreement for the occupation of that particular facility. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Sorry, I still haven't go. Am I right? Is there anyone else on it? No. Okay. Thank you. So now if I can just turn my attention to the actual agreement, please. So I'm not quite sure where to start because there is such a lot I wanted to cover. But so if we go to item 10, so the reporting, I'm just looking at the track changes version, which is on 111 of the attachment. So with the reporting, I'm really wondering if this is necessary. So are we going to require reporting from the Uralla preschool, from, I don't know, the Bundara Hall? Like, is it really necessary? So I appreciate that you've changed, and I've got the copy here. I understand that the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre are happy to provide their annual financial report if that's really what we need. But in a regular license agreement between a landlord and a tenant, is an annual financial report really something that's appropriate, and is it necessary, is my question. I've got a few more, but I would just like that one.
I might answer that. The fact that there are other interested parties in this building, I think it's critical that we have the figures around what they're paying and how that's working, so that if they were the only people, and we appreciate it, we've still got to do that work around the preschools, and we have an agreement with the Bundara Hall and how that's managed. But I think that it's critical that we have that information, and that was the basis in 2022 that it was set up on the basis of what monies would be coming to council and the guarantee that that would continue to flow. So that was the basis for that for the 2024. So I think it's critical that we continue to seek that information as part of the ongoing management of the hall. So that's my view of that. So, but I'm worried if you've got a whole list of things that you want, if you want to take it out.
No, it's all right.
All right.
So thank you for your feedback on that. So given that, with the reporting, can we, and noting the change that's been put forward, so I don't think we're in a position to require them to maintain their charity status like, I just think that's overreach. The only thing that we really are needing here are the financial reports. So I would like to suggest a second amendment, being that 10.1 just say the licensee is required to provide annual financial report, and that's it. So that's what I would like to put forward if we can. They have, as we all know, they have produced an annual report, which I think is an excellent document that really outlines the case. Pardon?
No.
Exactly. They're doing this fully as volunteers.
Sorry, Councillor Dorman, what they left out was any financial information.
Well,
so, but
they're run by volunteers, and pretty much everything that they're doing has no money. So you're all going to be very disappointed with the financial report because there's not much there, but there's enough to pay the rent, and there's enough for them to be continuing successfully. So that's fine. Happy to do that. The annual report is they're going to put it on their website and make it a public document so everyone can see the activities and what they're achieving. It's an excellent document. So, not appropriate to include their financial report in there. Why would it's about their activities? So that.
Can I just hold up there, because I'm going to ask Mr. Williams to answer the question you raised about what levels of reporting that would be appropriate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. The level of reporting that I anticipated I included in the first draft that was also requiring the audited financial statements. Ultimately, and I acknowledge that we're actually moving parallel to the body of work that we're doing to prepare the community support policy. And an adjunct of that is how we're going to go about managing exclusive occupation of community facilities by organisations such as GMAC, the preschool, and Uralla Neighbourhood Centre. What we are, if it was a commercial arrangement where they're paying commercial rent and under a commercial lease, I doubt that we'd be looking for financials because it's purely commercial terms and we'd manage it on a commercial basis. In this particular instance, it's not a commercial arrangement. I can't say what a market rent would be, but what we are saying is that we would like to get assurance. So what I'm suggesting is council should seek assurance from the tenants that there is sufficient income coming in from the use of the hall and other activities for them to be able to meet their obligations to adequately maintain the hall. Full stop. There was just one thing that I didn't raise before, and I'm sorry, Councillor Doran, I overlooked it. The commencement date of the 1st of September, I mean, obviously we can work with any time frame. I didn't feel like it was pushing it too far because the licence agreement that is before council tonight is substantially the same as the licence agreement that was presented to the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre in August 2025. So there has been plenty of time and plenty of opportunity for Uralla Neighbourhood Centre to consider the terms and conditions. Certainly when I spoke with Catherine, the chair the other day, or the president, I beg your pardon. Thank you, President, thank you. The concerns raised were not around the terms of the licence, but again, I made the offer to attend a committee meeting to be able to answer any questions and address any concerns that they might have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to talk about was point 9, which is the emergency or business use. So this has actually been a main point of contention, and especially after the snowstorm, it really highlighted the importance of the hall and the managers of the hall to be able to rapidly snap into gear to be able to be a crisis accommodation shelter. So they put in their report how many people they housed overnight, 80 odd something, 2 dogs, 2 goats, a whole list. If it were to be an emergency control centre, then that would preclude all of those people being able to stay there, because the inference is that the hall would be taken over by a command centre. So I understand that the Uralla Emergency Evacuation Centre is actually the showground. The showground have put in a lot of work to be sort of registered and listed as the emergency evacuation centre, and that needs to be the command centre. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can see.
No, I'm just going to get the director to respond because you're confusing 2 issues. The command centre and the actual evacuation centre are 2 different processes. So I might get the
That's when we're
director.
talking about emergency
No.
control.
That's right.
No, it's never going to be the emergency control centre.
Yeah. Well,
Director, can you deal with that, please?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I
Gets pulled out of the licence.
as the Limo, I wouldn't necessarily ever see that building being used for the purposes of a natural disaster by us or the emergency management team as a headquarters, for example. Its track record during the snowstorm speaks for itself in terms of what they were able to do. I think the condition 9.1 is most likely to be if this building burnt down. Where are we operating from? And is that of greater necessity, given its location? Everybody knows where we are, type thing. So that's what I'd say there, Mr. Mayor.
I can add to that.
Thank you. You want to?
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a body of work that we have to do with our business continuity plan. We're all aware of that because it's an overdue body of work. at my desk. One of the matters that we need to consider in our business continuity plan is, in the event that this building is not available to us, how are we going to continue administration operations? And where are we going to do that until we can restore operations from this building? There are a couple of options available to us. At the time of drafting this licence, we hadn't decided, and we still haven't decided on what those options are, but certainly the library is an option. TCT is an option, the courthouse is an option, but likewise so is the Memorial Hall. I would say, and this is the conversation that I had with the President, in the event of an emergency, all factors are going to be considered in the best interests of our community. And if in the event of emergency such as a snowstorm, the Uralla Memorial Hall, am I using the right name? RSL, sorry, thank you, RSL Memorial Hall. If that was needed for accommodation for people, then I imagine through the LEMO, that would be the decision that was to be made. The other matter that I discussed with the President was it is not contemplated that in the event of a BCP, council would occupy the whole of the hall. We are talking about, based on the BCP that we currently have, setting up sufficient desks to be able to continue operation in the short term. And that certainly doesn't require the whole of the hall. So I was able to provide assurance that in practice, our expectation is that they would still be able to continue their services, but there might be a section of the hall that would be quarantined for council to do some administrative work. It's a matter for council, ultimately, if we want to continue keeping the hall as a potential fallback in the event that we don't have access to an administration centre. If that's not available to council, then it just informs how we draft the BCP when we get to that body of work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So point 9 of the licence agreement is not as you word it. So I hear what the explanation is, but what we read there is not what's being explained. So it says emergency use defined, like I don't need to read the whole thing, we've all got it in front of us. No compensation. It doesn't say that that it could be potentially some of it, that it wouldn't mean that they couldn't still operate. Like it doesn't, it says that, I read it, that it says that it'll be a takeover. That for the purpose of this clause, emergency or business continuity means any natural disaster, emergency or circumstance arising in which the opinion of the lessor necessitates the temporary use of alternative or additional facilities to maintain essential community or council services. So, for me, that whole of point 9 really shouldn't be there. Like,
let me get this clear. You don't think that we should have access to?
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
I get that you're trying to be clear, but I am also trying to be clear. So my words are saying that what we've got written there is a takeover, and not, as you are explaining it now, is different to what is written there. So if when Mr. Williams moves on, somebody else is interpreting this, they have a burning issue, something, a fire, something happens here, and decide everyone needs to evacuate and take over the hall. Well, this clause is going to say the hall is somewhere we can take over because it's in the licence agreement. So if the library is going to be also an option, I would suggest that Showground has a great lot of facilities and electricity and internet and everything up there, and then you wouldn't be disrupting another business. So that's all I'm trying to say, Mr. Mayor, is that I'm concerned.
I'll go back to my first frustration, that the council will do what's best for the council and the community. So the situation with the snow was you couldn't get up to the showground. You couldn't get, because the way it's been set up, the Rural Fire Service has a wonderful command centre if you're able to access it and if you're able to use the communications. So, but some way or another, we need to, and Mr. Williams can work around some of the wording, but if we need to go over to the hall, for an emergency situation for the council. It's our building. We need to be really clear about how that would work. And obviously the people need to work with it, and we need, as Mr. Williams set out, we need to work on our business continuity plans, and we need to work on our emergency management plans. But if I go back to the snow issue, none of the regional work done around disaster management ever said that there'd be a snowstorm that you couldn't get out of your own. So, or you couldn't get over the bridge, or you couldn't, and the power be out for 3 days, and all those other things. So the contingencies, all we're trying to do is make it clear. If Mr. Williams and the President change the wording, but somehow or another, there needs to be a clear thing that it's, in the worst case scenario, it's our building. That's my bottom line. Now, councillors may disagree with me and they can vote it differently, but that's where I sit on that. Councillor Blaster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With just stepping off that specific point of discussion, in the same way council needs to go through its business continuity planning, that's a very top-heavy term to use for the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre, but they similarly need to be able to plan for their continuity, which requires more nuance in that emergency use of the facility. I don't at all disagree with you that council, as the owner of the building, is able to utilise that ownership if the licence agreement empowers it to do so. But my concern is about how would the neighbourhood centre ever plan for that, especially when they do provide crisis response services, which is everything from people coming in to charge devices during the snowstorm because they had no power, to women and families escaping family violence. So if we shut all that down 100%, there could be very serious repercussions. I'm hearing that's not what we're intending, but I concur with Councillor Doran, that's not reflected in the licence. Probably not needing to be in the licence, but what's needed is some kind of policy that sits between the lessee and the lessor so that that's stepped out in more detail. My concern about this is similar to the discussion we had last month about Grace Munro, is that the proposed changes to the licence are preempting where council will land with its community sponsorship and support policy. And I don't support preempting that by putting impositions on the neighbourhood centre today that weren't put on Grace Munro last meeting and haven't been considered yet for the preschool. And so I have real concerns about fairness and equity as I raised last month. So I won't be supporting it for that reason alone. I have no problem with having proper agreements in place. But as I said, I think we've got a legacy issue of numerous arrangements that date back decades, and we need to clean that up. However, doing it in this manner, it's very difficult to be confident that this is fair and consistent across all parties in our community. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Actually, one last thing. Use of the term charity is probably problematic as well. We could get into definitions. The neighbourhood centre is registered with the ACNC. They are a not-for-profit. Depending on what meaning is implied in the term charity, they are not a tax-deductible donation gift recipient status, which often is conflated to be charity. So I would just caution around that terminology as well.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Sorry to prolong the conversation, Mr. Mayor, but just a question from why did they seek to be registered, do we know, with ACNC at some point? Do we understand what that was for?
Just about every not-for-profit in Australia is encouraged to do so. That's the national regulator. For the last 30 years, there's been moves afoot in the sector to consolidate into a national framework rather than 8 jurisdictions that all have slightly different rules. And for any charity that operates in multiple jurisdictions, it's an administrative nightmare. So ultimately, ACNC will supersede all of them, is my view. And that's been happening rapidly. So As of today, there's no reporting required to New South Wales if you are registered with ACNC. ACNC's reporting is now the only reporting. So, whereas 2 years ago, you had to do both. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Arnold.
Just a couple more quick questions. I note that UNC is an incorporated body. Do they operate with a constitution of any description?
I'm pretty sure that I've seen the constitution.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Burrows, and then if there's no more questions, I'll put that.
Thank you. Councillor Doran mentioned before that she didn't think that they were going to be staying with ACNC. Was that what I heard? Okay.
I don't recall. I'm not sure the question.
Currently they are registered with ACNC and they are 6 months behind in their financial statements, which, and I understand they're volunteers and all of that, but I do believe that we need to know that they can afford to look after the hall, and that them being 6 months behind in their financial reports to the governing body makes me a little nervous. Yeah, that was really all I had to say.
If I can just respond to that. So I did say at least 3 times that they are happy to provide annual financial report.
And I'd suggest the Treasurer has some health issues at the moment, but thank you.
Heart surgery.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, councillors, you've got another question, Councillor Phil?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out as well, Grace Munro have given us some financials that have helped us make some of our decisions, particularly around how much rent we charge them. They have been reasonably open with that without it actually being in their lease agreement. So I think it's only fair that we can actually ask others that are renting our premises.
Their financials are a year old too.
Okay, look, thanks for that. I appreciate all that. So, last go, Councillor.
Thank you. I would be happy to move this if nobody else has. You have. That's all right. I want to work with this resolution, and I want to work with the. I don't want to vote against it because I want to be able to work with this. So, is there any latitude to be able to make any changes to the recommendation?
I think that the best way, given the number of issues that you raised, is for you and Mr. Williams to have some communication. And if he's happy to invite you to the meeting with the board, that might sort some of those issues out. If that's satisfied with Mr. Williams, because as I say, I don't want to lose, and I take Councillor Blake's view, but the problem we have, and I think probably the length of time till the next review, is this is a contested area. We need to give them as much certainty as we can without blowing the whole thing up. I appreciate that. But we have had regular communications with them. It's not, whereas the neighbourhood, the preschool, I don't believe we've had any communications for 30 years. So there's some very different marks in that. And as you say, ongoing discussion with Grace Munro. So if you're happy to second that, and I'll put the motion, and then if we work forward with Mr. Williams and the committee, then he can come back with something that's closer. But the issue around the emergency access, and the first 5 years, I think all of our council meetings were upstairs in the Memorial Hall. So they've had history in that space.
So for me to be able to adopt the vote on the recommendation positively, there's 2 changes I would really like to see put there. So that's, if I can just mention those now. So one, as I said earlier, in point 1, is to acknowledge the ongoing services, but also their management of the hall. So I would love to see that included in the recommendation. And the second one I'd like to see, please, with the commencement date not being the 1st of September. I feel that is imminently far too soon to be able to fully negotiate or liaise properly with the whole executive group by the 1st of September. So I would like to see the commencement date be later, mid-September, the end of September at the earliest. So they are the 2 short changes I would like to see included, if at all possible. And with that, I would be happy to second it.
Councillor Philp, you're happy with those two changes?
I do think that managing the hall is pretty much covered under community services because it's a community service that they're doing. And I guess I'm unsure. I just want Mr. Williams to, I guess, provide a bit of clarity on how far his discussions have gone. Are they expecting this to come to them by the 1st of September?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I have made the President aware of the 1st of September. That said, it's been 2 years that we haven't had formal tenure. So if it provides a bit more comfort to this community group that's providing community services, for me, the lesson learned from issuing the last licence was that we didn't put any commencement date in. And we're in this situation where we're 2 years down the track. And I acknowledge that a lot of that is our fault. So I was trying to drive securing this agreement by having a commencement date in there. But if we were to arbitrarily say the 1st of October, I think that gives us plenty of time to work together to make sure that we can secure this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, on that basis, I'm going to read the recommendation as I understand it. Moved by Councillor Philp, seconded by Councillor Doran, that one, Council acknowledges the ongoing community service provided by the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre Incorporated from the Uralla RSL Memorial Hall, including management of the hall. 2, notes the delays in implementing the licence approved by Council on the 27th of February 2024. 3, authorises the General Manager to issue a revised licence to the Uralla Neighbourhood Centre Incorporated in accordance with the terms contained in the proposed licence attached to this report, with a commencement date of the 1st of October 2026 and a termination date of the 30th of June 2027, subject to the following amendments. A, replace clause 9.5 with the following. 9.5, notwithstanding any other provisions of the licence, if the licensor suspends the licence under this clause, the licence fee shall be abated on the pro rata basis for the period during which the licensee was unable to occupy or use the affected part of the premises. Other than such abatement of the licence fee, the licensee shall have no claim against the licensor for any higher fee arising or connected with the licensor's occupation or use of the premises under this clause. And B, replace clause 10.1 with the following. 10.1, the licensee is requested to maintain the registered charity state. Now, what do we work out with that part?
Yes.
Yeah, we took. Yeah.
But if that's okay, if we say the licensee is required to provide annual financial report,
Yeah.
an annual financial report, and just remove all the rest of it. That would be my preference.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Doran, I hear what you're saying. And I'm putting my hat on for Uralla Neighbourhood Centre. If they are registered with ACNC, they are required to provide all of this information to ACNC. So this clause, as it's been redrafted, is simply saying, give us what you've given them.
So can we just please remove the charity status?
Yeah, just maintain their registered status. Okay. Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you.
So that's the word. Okay. So registered status with the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, ACNC, for the duration of the licence term, and by the 31st of December in each year of the licence term, the licensee is required to provide a copy of its annual information statement, annual financial report, as requested by ACNC, and 4, receives a further report on the long-term tenure arrangements for the Uralla RSL Memorial Hall following completion of community consultation and consideration of the proposed community support policy and supporting procedures. Moved by Councillor Phelps, seconded by Councillor Doran. All those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Blakes has voted against that. Thank you.
Just lastly, one last thing. So I absolutely agree to participate in liaison with Mr. Williams and the executive at the Neighbourhood Centre. Would be delighted to be able to be part of that process. So now that we've just passed that motion, so can I please be assured that there could be changes made to the licence agreement following further discussions?
The changes won't be to the licence agreement. There'll be some further background information provided to clarify issues that are raised in it. So the licence agreement will be the licence agreement, but if there's clarification needed over what would happen and what may happen and some of those issues, then that'll be clarified as a separate document. But the licence will be signed off as it is.
With those changes.
Yeah, with what we've just moved. Thank you. Councillors, item 13.7. The 2025-26 end of financial year operational plan progress report. The recommendation the council receives and notes the 2025-26 operational plan end of year progress report. Is somebody prepared to move that? Councillor Burrows. Questions, councillors? Councillor Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got quite a few questions, to be honest. I'd like to understand that knowing that drought conditions may well be continuing into the future in Uralla, although it's much wetter around the town than it is anywhere else in the Shire, can we look at different methods for doing roads that don't? Because if we can't do roads because there has been no rain, then maybe we need to find a way that we can do roads. I don't have a clue what it is, but could we maybe look into that? Because it's only going to get drier at times and wetter at other times. It's not going to be easy for you to use country water, I don't think. I'm not asking for an answer on that now. That would be ridiculous. Unless you have one.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. We've already started a changing technique, particularly on graded roads, which involves more gravel in the middle. We're considering launching a bit of an education campaign. We can probably double the life of graded roads if we make that change, keep more gravel in the middle of the road, and teach people to actually drive down, not the middle, but all parts of the road, which keep compacting it and extend its life enormously. We've managed to do that on one little trial piece where the people who use that road have been doing that in the main, and it's working really well. So, which requires us to use less water is the whole point of that, and extends the life of the road. We're on the lookout for any other advantages through what other people are testing in the industry as well. So.
Thank you very much. I did notice that that's what it appears that Tamworth are doing on their gravel roads, their unsealed roads at the moment, and it seems to work. There's a lot of acronyms in this. I can give you the page numbers, page 37 and 171. PID, I know what it means, but not everyone else does. And WAP, well, I know it's the Weeds Action Program, but most people that read this wouldn't. Thank you. Some of my things changed over page 123.113. I'm going to have to go there too. In this, we're saying that we're not going to do it until seasons have happened, Seasons of New England for those listening. It's 7 months away. So can we get a list of what events and how supported and what makes them relevant? And we need this before the budget is done, not, this needs to be done not the day before the budget. I also want to be part of the new community grants and support policy, which we're expecting to see in the next few months. On page 127 on 1.2.7, I have heard from the police that there have been updates given to us and that they were expecting councillors to be there, but not one of us was told about, I was never told that these happened. I wasn't informed of them, and I'd like to be, especially if the police expect us to be there. Well, I heard that from the Chief of Police in Armidale.
Let's be really clear. They have once every 3 months. I'm invited to a community safety precinct meeting in Armidale, of which I'm informed that everything that's said there is commercial and is private, and I'm not allowed to repeat any of it. So I'd love to give figures for Uralla and Armidale and the community and how many police are short and everything else, but that's not what I walk out for the meeting with, that ability to do that. So yes, I have been attending those community safety precinct meetings, but that's the position I'm in now. If the commander says that I can come back and give council all that information, or the community all that information, more than happy.
It was put to me that why.
Yep. So at the next meeting I have, I will absolutely guarantee to ask, can I do that and provide that information? Because I think
you made it sound as though they came here.
no, it would be 12 months since we've had.
We can certainly extend another invitation.
Because I think Constable Connor Williams came, but that would be 18 months ago, might be. Yeah. But so, as I say, if you're happy with that process, I'll find out. If they want to come and address council, then, and as I say, there's a huge advantage in the community knowing where the police are, where there's allocated to, and whether we're still a safe community. And the only figures that they don't give us, and it's out of fascination for me, is around rural crime, because that's obviously not run out of Armidale, and they don't give us any domestic violence information, which in some ways reflects what a community might be like. But that's everything else around car thefts and house thefts and burglaries and everything else they provide. So I will ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of my questions have been answered during the meeting. I've just got to scan through them. Page 136, Caravan Park on Crown land. When and how do we address part of it being on Crown land? Is that going to be coming up in something?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. That one is an ongoing issue. We have a lease that is sort of rolling month to month. They've told us that they're not going to renew it. They've told us that we should be compulsorily acquiring the land. I've informally asked for a valuation. They've told us that they'll value that land at the same rate as the residential land across the road, which is probably going to make it cost prohibitive for council to acquire that land. That followed a discussion that I had. I wanted to know whether or not they were going to include in the valuation process future claims under native title, which is something that they mentioned when I went to the native title land manager seminar training down in Sydney a number of months ago. They sort of said, the valuer that I was speaking to said, no, I don't include that, but another section of the department might. That's because they're trying to shift all of the potential compensation claims back onto the Crown Land Managers through the Crown Land Managers Act, which I'm not very happy about. But that being said, he gave me a call because he had said he'd had a similar issue with another council when they went through this whole process. They issued the PAN, which is the notice that you issue when you're going to acquire the land. And then they got the valuation back, and it was significantly above what they budgeted for, and they had to try and go through that process of withdrawing it. So he said, I'm going to tell you what process we're going to use to value the land and look at the land across the road, and because it's zoned as residential, we're going to value it as residential. So that's going to, so there's also an issue about part of the land being subject to a potential Aboriginal land claim under the New South Wales legislation. But again, that's not really clear. I've been asking for more information out of the Crown Lands Department, and they can't really tell me. So part of it is on Crown land.
Sorry, Mr. Dyer, I can help you get that information if you need it from a past life. So
I'd appreciate that contact.
We can have a conversation if that's all right. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wright. In terms of the other issue, so I've been speaking with the manager of assets about what we're going to do about that. We haven't got all of the information to bring further information back to council, which is why I haven't heard about it. There is a section of what appears to be an unformed Crown Road, but they're telling me it was closed, but it doesn't appear to be closed. And I've been asking them to give that road back to council because we have some of the caravan park on that road. I've put in a request with the Armidale Crown Lands Department and haven't heard anything back from them. Then part of the rest of the caravan park is on operational land. So it's a little bit tricky. And then we're also looking to manage some of these long-term caravan licensees and some of the structures that have been there. We inherited them when we got the caravan back in 2018. So there are a lot of issues that we've got to work through. There's a couple of things that we haven't had answers to yet. So that's why a report hasn't come back to council about it. But I am working in the background with the manager of assets to try and get answers to some of these questions and then resolve some of those things. So there's a lot of complicated issues going on there, particularly because it's Crown land. There's also the issue about because of this recent conflict about native title and Crown land management, and when they added the additional use of the Crown land back in 2018, which is post some of these things where we can get out of future acts. So it does mean that native title complicates things, and they're starting to realise they're looking down the barrel of a big compensation claim sometime in the not too distant future. And they're starting to factor that in and trying to make local government foot the bill for that if we want to acquire that land. So it's really complicated. It really should be a workshop if we're permitted by the Minister to do that.
That's much, much more of an answer than I was expecting. Thank you very much. But I'm still going with this. 139, page 139, Hill Street. Where is this currently sitting? Do we have any idea about whether we're going to get a grant? The grant's gone.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we continue to seek updates and monitor. But the Mayor and I are attending the Country Mayors Association meeting in Sydney this Friday, and I note that there is a focus on housing and housing affordability, and the Homes North CEO is attending. Homes New South Wales, my apologies, is attending. So I have had a chat with Emily about what questions can we possibly ask. So that would be one. Thank you.
Page 141, DA determination times. We were recently told that this had improved greatly. That's not reflected in that. Is that just because of the timing that this was written, perhaps? Page 141, DA determination times have reduced yet remain higher than the set time frame, whereas I think we had in an email that actually dropped below the time frame.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Barros, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's the case. This is as at the end of June, though, so 30th of June. So the update, the work continued after that, and I think they've ironed out some of the challenges we had in the lodgement process and the timeframes there. So I think we're on track to maintain that higher turnaround or that lower turnaround.
Thank you. Page 147. I've had a lot of anecdotal reports from people, and I see on social media, of poor quality water. But how much of this ever reaches council, and what are the common causes? I know that they're meant to just get a glass of it and bring it into council, or even tell people, but do they, or is it just coming up all the time on, they see a council and say, our water's disgusting, or they put it up on social media and say, my water's undrinkable?
Our communications manager has put out a document saying if you test your water at the front of the building, at the front of your property, and it's dirty, come down and tell council. If you check it in the middle of your building or at the back of the building, it might be your internal pipe. So you need to go through a process, which was that Tony put out for everybody to read. I won't comment on. I'll give our director a couple of days to sort out whether that's been effective. But the biggest issue that I read, and I clearly do not respond, is that if you've got dirty water at the back of the building, it may well be a gal pipe that you need to replace, not a so those process where check at the front or check with your neighbours, and then work through the process. But come and tell council that with the information, and they'll go out and investigate if it's a dirty water thing. So that's but the other challenge is, of course, and even late as last week, where a AC pipe split for when I looked down the hole, I could see no roots, I could see no reason. We're just getting catastrophic failure of pipes that haven't worn out. So there's some challenges in that water department, that's for sure. All right. Is that all, Councillor Burrows? No, I think you can wait and you can come back to. We'll get some others while you work through them, please. Councillor O'Connor, have you got the hand up?
Mr. Mayor, I had 9, 7 of which I think I could just talk to the staff about the nuances, basically. The one that I want to bring up is on page 125, 1.2.1. The delivery plan activity is to maintain all council's relevant assets within available budgets to facilitate equity and ease of access across the Shire. And the operational plan action is inspect and maintain council's footpath network. We've got an achievement of completed with 100% with the footpaths have been inspected and maintained in sections of the defective paths renewed in Hill Street between Maitland and Duke Street, which is true. Okay. However, since the whole of this particular year, we've had a real issue in the main street of Uralla between the brewery and King Street. And I think, I recognise that when I did 7 of these, and I know how difficult it is to do, put a percentage or a green or a red or amber, that the reporting is difficult. But when the reporting clearly indicates that there's a clear situation and we've got a major...
Councillor O'Connor, can I get you to get to the point of, if you're complaining about that section of path, we know it's been delayed, but they're working on it now. But is there other issues out of that part of it that you want to bring up?
Yeah, there are, but no, I'm not going to bring them up.
Okay, good. Well, I'll go back to Councillor Burrows then. Thank you.
But I want to demonstrate that when someone reads this, when someone reads this and they've walked down the main, to the brewery and see that we're saying we're 100% and we've achieved and satisfied, then it puts question on the whole of the document.
Okay, thank you for that
point.
Councillor Burrows. I'll go to Councillor Blakester. Councillor Blakester.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've broadly got 2 groups of questions. The bulk of them, excuse me, relate to items that are marked as 100% complete, but I don't think they are. And so my concern is, the overall concern is, are items that are not yet complete going to clearly roll over into the current year's operational plan? So examples, Grace Munro lease is 100% complete. The Uralla Caravan Business Park, 100% complete. Bridge Street Works, 100% complete. Road renewal, asset management plans, Bundara sewage issues, plan of management of Racecourse Lagoon, I could go on. They're all marked as complete, but they're not. So my question is, what's going to be done with them? Because what I wouldn't want to happen is that they fall off the work plan, the operational plan, and then they don't come back until some lucky sod intervenes and gets a change.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll ask the group manager to speak to that from his discussions with the relevant managers. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Blakester. Good point. It's something that we have addressed as part of putting this report together, where we've recognised that as we are preparing the operational plan for this year, we have to have the conversation back in March, or even better still, November, December, with our officers to say which of the activities in the operational plan, sorry, it messes up your brain, all the different timeframes, but which of the activities in the previous operational plan are you not likely to get fully finished? Those ones need to be carried over into the current operational plan so that our council has sight on the matters that we still need to complete. I would, if I can, maybe even offline, like to go through the ones that you just listed, because you mentioned Councillor Blake's Grace Munro, where we've said it's 85% complete. We've done everything we possibly can. We are now waiting for Grace Munro to come back to us with a signed lease to be able to sign out. So we're actually saying in this report, no, it's not complete. There's still a bit of work for us to do, but it's exactly that I think we need to be capturing in the current operational plan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Some of the items explicitly have carry forward. These don't. So can the current year operational plan be updated as part of the QBR process? Because otherwise, where and how will these get carried forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it can. Not without significant effort, in that by updating the operational plan, council would need to resolve the changes, and then we would need to go out to public exhibition for those changes. I think the juice is probably worth the squeeze if we identify that there's a significant number of actions that still need to be closed out. But from my review, there wasn't. There are definitely some actions that we need to close out, and we've endeavoured to include that in our reporting to say this isn't done, but we're expecting to get it done first quarter or before December so that councillors understand when. But I do take your point. When is it reported to close out? That's the loop that we understand we need to close.
Okay, thank you. The other items are potentially inaccuracies or misstatements. So like the big lift, that's this financial year, not last financial year. I also understand it's a University of Technology, Sydney Uni, not UNE. There's a reference to postcode data being collected at the Christmas festival from 4,000 people. I'd be very surprised if we got 4,000 people's postcodes, but if we did, amazing.
I don't believe it's the people that was taken that we did.
Yeah. And then page 150, reference to the plantings at Racecourse Lagoon says 3,500 species were planted. I think it's probably plants. That's possibly the entire species list for the eastern half of Australia. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but that's a lot. Yeah, there's a couple others. I think if I email the list of what I am concerned about falling off, that is the bulk of them. And then just one last question, Mr. Mayor. The reference to the local emergency management plan, which links back a little bit to our earlier discussion around the RSL Memorial Hall, is that emergency management plan Shire wide? That's my question. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yes, it is. And it's not particularly granular. So it lays out, for example, the types of emergencies we may have in the Shire, and it appoints a combat agency for each type. And some types, every combat agency would have multiple types that they're responsible for being first into the mix. It then outlines how other agencies, including council, swing in to support those if it needs a escalated and coordinated response. It gives certain authorities to people like the local emergency controller, or the local emergency management officer, and responsibilities to participate to heads of other agencies, etc., etc. So it doesn't particularly go to if there's a fire in King Street, who deals with it. It's not that granular. It does though include annexes that have evacuation centres, planned evacuation centres, which is not totally within the council's control or the local agency's control. It involves Communities and Justice. They make the final determination about which buildings they will staff on the day, etc., etc. So yes, it is Shire-wide, and it integrates right across the state, to be honest. Even though each local government area has its own, they are very consistent in 90% of the paragraphs.
Thank you. Councillor Burrows, you wish you go back to you.
Thank you very much. Page 149, Bandara sewage. That was going to be fixed in the school holidays, so we're going to look at it. Did they? Did it work? Are they happy? Is it still smelly?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't at the meeting, but I have had anecdotal updates on a couple of things. And I'm not confident the plan during my absence was when the holidays came around, we were going to do some remediation construction work on the existing tank. Try and put a funnel in it basically to get, so it didn't need to fill up before it operated, because it's an industrial size one as opposed to a household size one. And for a small preschool, that doesn't quite cut it. The flow is not sufficient to allow it to operate properly. I'm not confident that happened. There has been work though, or there is being work done this week or next week to put a charcoal filter on the outlet, which was to assist with further remediation. So I haven't got the full picture, but yes, it's still on the list.
Thank you. The last we knew of it was that there was going to be a charcoal filter put in during the school holidays. Page 150, grants. We get, as everyone does, a lot of unsuccessful grants, and I'm sure I brought this up before. When we are unsuccessful, do we follow up with why and how to improve so that we're better at it for the next round?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We certainly do endeavour to get information as to why we're unsuccessful, but sometimes it's a matter of a completely oversubscribed grant bucket. And, you know, I know that Mr. McLinden has followed up for us on some grants where we were unsuccessful and had useful information. Mr. Wiley followed up, for example, on the grant for the expansion of Gross Munro to get some really strong feedback, and that will be used to inform a future further application should another round open up. But it's always useful if there is going to be another round where we can use that information. Thank you.
Thank you. My last one is on page 164, the contractor panels. How do we change it so that we have enough contractors in our contractor panels? How do we get them to respond? Are we thinking up new ways to get more contractors to join the panels?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Great question, Councillor Burrows. Thank you. There's a couple of things we're doing. We realised when we first went out to with expressions of interest for contractor panels, we did the local government thing. Fill out all these forms, give us all this information, and you'll get onto our panels, and then you'll be part of our panel suppliers, which served us. But we recognise from that experience that it didn't actually consider the working pressures of our contractors, labourers and things like that. So we're just changing the way now we're approaching the contractors and how we're trying to get that information to get them onto the panels. It's a softer, certainly more labour intensive effort by us, but it's helping them get on the panels. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I only have one. Thanks to everybody else for asking prior questions. This was touched on, but I do want to reiterate it. Being a Rotarian, Rotary was part of the coordination process for the University of Technology Sydney and their Big Lift program coming to Uralla because of the snowstorm. It was a one-off. They come every year. Every year they set up a whole lot of volunteer students that they then send out somewhere in New South Wales, I believe. I don't know that it extends beyond New South Wales, where they bus students out into rural and areas that need a big lift. And this year they chose Uralla, and they came out and did a whole lot of great work across our community. So on page 36, I just think there's a bit of confusion with the officers. So it's not the University of New England Big Lift program. It's the University of Sydney Technology. And so then that's on page 36. In the attachments, it features on 151, and we really need to rectify that because that's an error. The University of New England does not have a Big Lift program. I've done an AI search, and the Big Lift is actually run by students from the University of Technology Sydney, not the University of New England. And if you go onto the University of New England, put in Big Lift, you get big plans for 2021. It is not there. So I think that we just need to be accurate.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only two issues. At matter 3.1.5, I'm very, very keen, as I've said before, to see the IWCM report with us. Are we still on track for the timeline that's indicated in that section?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can see that is the IWCM project and the groundwater project. Is that correct?
The groundwater project I'm not so concerned about, but the IWCM very much so.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Wright. I'll just hand over to the group manager for an update on that. Thank you.
Very brief update. So the draft options report was issued to us. The actual report was issued to us today by Public Works. You guys had a precursor to what was in that report in the presentation already, so it won't be any surprises within that report, but it will just go through more of the dollars and things like that that Public Works have done. So once we've vetted that, we'll be passing that on.
Great, thank you very much. And very quickly, secondly, excuse me while I scroll. I've gone too far. My question is on the development of new guidelines for developer contributions. How are we going on, and can we or will we be able to implement that in the current year, given it's a source of income increase is what I'm interested in. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, as you're aware, our previous acting manager, development, has left us, and we have another acting manager, development. I know that he's picked up the suite of work. In terms of what the current status is, I can't give you an update at the moment, but we can certainly follow up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, is there any other questions? All right, I have moved by Councillor Burrows. A seconder, please. Councillor Blakeston, thank you. All those in favour that council receives and notes the 2025-26 operational plan end of year progress report. The staff have listed all of those items to be reviewed. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, I could councillors, thank you for all the comments tonight. We will take those all back, and happy for you to email anything that you might not have mentioned tonight, anything specific, and we'll work on that with the managers and provide an updated advice to you in due course when we can we can work through those items. As you know, there's an awful lot of information there. We do endeavour to have those updates provided as accurately as possible. But obviously we will need to fine tune some of those responses, and we'll get that back to you.
I think we can move fairly quickly. If you could email the changes and suggestions and errors to me, we'll process them. We'd like to correct it before we put the plan onto our website, which we'd like to get back to the community as quickly as we can.
So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillors, item 13.8, the major projects and capital works infrastructure and development. Got a recommendation on page 42. The council notes the infrastructure works updated for 31st of July 2026. 2, notes that there are currently no projects identified as high risk or medium risk. And 3, notes increasing eligibility, project readiness and contribution requirements associated with competitive state and Australian government grant program. Is somebody prepared to move that? Councillor Burrows. Questions of Director? Councillor Burrows, you get one.
I've only got one. I spent a lot of time on the phone today with the brewery. And last week when they were away and a large concrete section was done outside the brewery, he didn't know about it. And so he hadn't had the opportunity to tell council that due to the stormwater things that they've been planning, which I think council did know about, they need to go through that concrete to get their stormwater from the building out.
Just on that issue, I've discussed this following some advice that the director will meet with the manager who's now back. I understood he was on holidays, so hopefully we look to resolve some of those issues. Some of them are obviously around his expectation of paving versus concrete, and the other things around drainage. So the director will meet with him ASAP.
Okay, he wasn't so upset about the concrete. He was upset that it was done without any consultation. He was also...
Well, what I'm saying is that I understood he was away.
Yep.
So then the previous, obviously, with Mr. Head, and now Mr. Raby back. So I'm not sure what consultation was had, and that's what we're trying to follow up and find out, and also look to rectify the issues. So
okay, I still have a couple of things to say about it that I would like to put on the public record.
As long as they're accurate.
To my knowledge, they are. The fall of the concrete means that they cannot be compliant. They cannot put furniture outside the front of the brewery because of the fall. So seating outside the brewery can't occur, whereas it actually can occur outside any other business in the main street. Nothing has been done between the pub and the brewery. So there's a bit still missing that doesn't look like it's been included, but I don't know that. And the last thing is this is all in the heritage precinct, and it's the only bit that doesn't look like everywhere else in the heritage precinct. There are ways of doing concrete that look better than a block slab. And I really think we could lift our game on that. I understand that we couldn't get the bricks, but there are other ways of doing concrete. Concrete is an amazingly fabulous thing. So surely we could do better than just that slab that they can't use and means that they're the only place along Bridge Street that can't put stuff outside their area. It doesn't seem like it's fair.
Thank you, councillors. Any other questions of the staff? Councillor Blaster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to ask about the IWCM, but that's been covered. So my question is about the explanation given on page 41 about the changing expectations, prerequisites and the like for funding. And so my question is, what, from staff's view, are the implications arising out of that? What do we need to be doing differently? Because if I read that at face value, it sounds like we're snookered and are going to really struggle to get funding. And if that's the case, we've got a serious problem.
Thank you. Group Manager, look for a response. Thanks very much.
Very, Mr. Mayor. It's a great question, and it sort of goes to what Councillor Burrows asked earlier, some of that information that's provided in this report is from our debrief meetings that we've had from our submissions. The typical response we get is that there were stronger submissions. And our response was, well, what does stronger mean? Well, designs done to approve the construction level. You've got geotechnical reports, you've got studies, you've got scoping studies, you've got pricing, you've got QSs, you've got all this pre-work that gets done, which is obviously easy if you've got a well resourced council with in-house engineers, in-house designers, in-house QSs and things like that, but very difficult for a smaller council to compete. And part of our feedback to these funding bodies, well, we really need a tiered system for reviewing these grants because it is wildly unfair if that's what we're up against, stronger submissions. Yeah, thanks. We can't do that. So how are we supposed to compete? We are snookered. So our feedback to Transport for New South Wales in particular is that we just cannot provide a full road design for something upfront, especially when some of the grants are for construction only, some of them for design only. So if nothing changes, then we're going to have to pivot and invest heavily in doing projects up front, paying for all that design work, and then hoping we get a grant, which probably doesn't work from a business model either. So it's a challenge. And if you do read further on, you'll notice that a lot of the grants are changing their co-contributions from sort of 80-20 to 50-50. They seem to be very metro-centric, where one grant is sort of going for that, slow down, cars, pedestrians would have been really good, but it means that there needs to be a permanent 40km/h zone, which doesn't really work in the regions either. So again, the grants just aren't really for us, and we're up against it in who we're competing against too. So it's certainly feedback we've been giving to all the funding bodies, saying you really need to understand that this is a not a one-man band, but almost close to it compared to a council with multiple stories of people doing it all in-house. And that's just their day job, doing grant submissions. So that's the feedback internally. Yeah.
Can I just add to that? From my mind, there's been some great advocacy, not that I've said so on email, but it has been around obviously the Federation Compact, which is indicative only, but coming around the changes that have been muted for the disaster recovery funding. This, from my mind, falls into a bigger bucket of advocacy that us speaking as a lone voice, unlikely to shift the needle, but we obviously are in good company. Like, this would have to be affecting every other smaller rural, regional, let alone remote council. They're all going to have this issue, and whether it's possible to raise the profile of this through channels like Local Government New South Wales, the country mayors and the like, in addition to what staff are doing, but I think it needs a bit of a scrum.
I'm more than happy to work with the staff to put something together and we work out where we need to be focusing our attention. So thank you for that. Yeah,
might I just add, with the DRF submission, part of our response was just the fact that we do not have that many in-house people to respond to these grants. We're still going, it's a year later and we've still got a staff member almost working full time just on the submissions. So, I mean, that's you can claim it, but it still takes a staff member away from their day job. So it is a big concern. It's hard for individual submissions to get to that level. So I'm supportive of something happening on a bigger scale and a regional scale. And I can certainly help the mayor put something together because one of our staff members is living that full time at the moment.
Thank you. Any other question? Councillor Malik, your question?
I just wanted to go to the signage renewal, and it makes a comment about commencement installation in September if the signs are ready. One of the things that I think we need to note is that this is heavily reliant on a volunteer group of people that have done a power of work over the last couple of years to get those signs up and in front of the council. And I just wanted to basically point out that council probably should be proactive in trying to make sure that those signs go up. There are some constraints around Rotary and the volunteers within Rotary and what their reporting strategy is. And so I think there's probably a little bit of need to be proactive in that rather than as indicated here, if the signs are ready, well, as far as I know, signs are being manufactured and some are ready now. And I just wanted to reiterate that, we need to support the volunteers that are doing that work. It's an enhancement for our community and widely across the community. So there's signs for Bundarra, Kingstown, Invergary and Kentucky, as well as Uralla. So I'd really like to reiterate the fact that we need to be a little bit proactive in this space rather than reactive. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. The Director will take that on board. Thank you, Director.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Mayor. If the words have come across in a harsh way, totally unintended, we are fully aware of the fabulous work done by the volunteer group to get to this stage. So we're ready to install the earliest possible moment. But potentially we just have a catch-up cohort about where we are now that I'm back. Sorry, no insult intended in the words used in the report.
If there are no other questions, councillors, a seconder, please. Councillor Burrows moves. Councillor Blakester. Councillors that move. Councillor Burrows, seconded. Councillor Blakester, that one, notes the infrastructure works update is the 31st of July 2026. Two, notes that there are currently no projects identified as high risk or medium risk. And three, notes the increasing eligibility, project readiness and co-contribution requirements associated with competitive state and Australian government grant programs. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. Item 13.9, the register of resolutions action status of as of the 20th of August. Any questions? I'll get somebody to move that first and then. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Blakester.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions from me. One, with regard to Uralla Community Care, and I know we're going to get to that in confidential matters, but I don't think that action should be closed out in its entirety, given the ongoing financial challenges that are outlined in the confidential report. So from my point of view, it's premature to close that out in entirety. There's been good progress made, and without preempting that discussion, I think there still needs to be a whole point where we do a further review, given the significant uncertainties that are still are still the case.
So you're not, because when we consider the report in closed session, it'll become a new item. So it'll be a new resolution. So that will keep it open, for want of a better thing. Sorry,
that satisfies my concern. And then the other is the Invergary related item on page 189. I'm not in the slightest surprised that the Aboriginal land claim precludes all manner of grand visions and ideas for the land over in Someraise, the Barrymunday Reserve. But I am concerned that this has been closed out without any substantive progress on the very reason this action was created, which was the lack of any reasonable facility for the community to meet out there. And most recently, when we had the community engagement for the growth management strategy, it's just an awkward space. It's really difficult to have good conversations when you've got people excusing themselves to get to Barney's liquor store, getting their takeaway. Like, it's just not ideal. And so my concern is to close this out now. Just that priority just disappears. So that's my second item.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd absolutely echo what you're saying, Councillor Blakes. This was actually my initiative. and it's been an awful lot of work for no outcome and quite disappointing. And it was my suggestion that potentially, because there were developer funds sitting there that had been collected through, that process many, many years ago, maybe we could get something started, seed funding as such. But I underestimated the constraints that we've had identified. So this particular proposal has gone as far as it can at this point in time, except perhaps a toilet block, but that would be something we'll discuss further with councillors, given that there is still this unresolved matter around the claim. Separately, I think we had a discussion today with EnergyCo about the potential for legacy projects through the RES benefits. Now, what we're proposing to do is have a workshop with councillors, and in fact, following that discussion, I put a note on for my next exec meeting to talk about a workshop with councillors around this with the Mayor, having already talked to councillors about some of what those initiatives might be, to start pulling that list together. And I think this is exactly the sort of thing that you might like to consider. What you're proposing here is land acquisition, design, obviously engineering, and all of the processes associated, significant cost. But I think that we would all agree that there is an unmet service that we're not providing to that community. And we've saw that through the growth management strategy consultation, as well as with all of the other forms of consultation. So that would be my advice to councils. Of course, council at any time, if you have something you wanted us to work on, do a report on, then a notice of motion can request a report be prepared. But this particular resolution went down a path which unfortunately we haven't been able to resolve. So certainly we'll schedule a workshop on the opportunities that we've started to identify, the Mayor's identified, that councils might like to add to that list for when these funding initiatives come up. That was part of the question today. I was asking how many, it's really hard to be able to scope out what council might respond to that. Obviously, there's community consultation around these sorts of issues as well. And I'm sure there's a very, very long list of legacy projects that council might like to identify through a number of processes. But that would be my suggestion. This particular item, unfortunately, we weren't really able to get any further with that proposal.
And just to add to that, that was the gist behind my 2-sentence email, whenever that was during the week, that we need to go back and mine through, so to speak, previous engagements, because there's been so many ideas that have come up, not only through SAN, but through other community engagement processes, that I think not to just lock them in, but to at least reflect back on those years of discussion, like the plans of management. There's another one that we've got numerous land plans of management that have a whole list of ideas, like I think of the Bundara Downs Reserve and visions of being able to have walking tracks along the riverfront, things like that. Well, they're ideas we know we've got no budget for, but they're ideas that have already been through a community process, could potentially be legacy projects. And then in terms of Invergowrie, there's the potential arrangements with the Moffats that we talked about last time. And then I'm confused about the RFS facility, because on the one hand, I've heard there's no way you could ever do anything there because it has to be prioritised for emergencies. But on the other hand, I've driven past Rocky River and seen them having barbecues. So I don't know. And I've had members of the RFS at Diggings tell me, why doesn't council do something to expand on that facility there at Penelope Park? And I said, well, I thought that was because that was absolutely not possible. So I think a bit of investigation into at least those two options to rule them absolutely out, or maybe they're in a grey zone, before we're looking at land acquisition, which is rather daunting, I would have thought, and particularly find suitably situated land as well.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably new kid questions again. I'm sorry. One specific one general. Did we ask the Crown Lands Minister to determine the land claim that affected this parcel of land?
Ask the group manager if we've had that question.
The minister to determine the claim.
For this particular one, I recall we wrote to the Aboriginal Land Council asking if they would agree to have it determined in relation to, I think they have a process by which they can ask for them to be prioritised, but they didn't want to do that. And
that's okay. So we didn't write directly with the minister and say this is really important to us, determine it.
I don't recall. I'd have to look
at it. Let's not give an answer if we're not clear, please.
No, we didn't.
And secondly, do we have a list of land claims in the Shire and our priority for what we want determined?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can certainly advise you that every parcel of public land in the Shire is subject, if it hasn't had demonstrated use on it, is subject to a New South Wales Aboriginal Land Claim Council land claim. We've discussed this over a few years with the extent of these claims. The advice that we received is that there's about a 10 to 12 year list.
Advice from whom? From
Crown Lands, and that they are not being determined in any number. We can't point to any expected turnaround time on determination of any of the current claims within the Shire. The advice from that was from Crown Lands. The advice from the Aboriginal Land Claims from New South Wales, Aboriginal Land Council, was that they would be retaining all those claims and they weren't supportive of considering withdrawing any claims. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Doran.
Thank you. Just on that same point, so I'm just the resolution was actually the proposed allocation of developer contributions to council projects. So I noticed that point one, the first, it's greyed out, but notes the completion of identified community projects in the 7.12 development contribution plans. So I'm just wanting, before we close that out, to just revisit, because that was actually what this was about. And so if we close off the community engagement, then we sort of, it's actually a developer contribution.
Yes, so thank you. It was my report and it was my proposal. So there were two components to it. We have money sitting in a development contributions reserve, which were collected through our 7-Elevens, and there's historic Section 94 funds that have been collected that are all in this bucket. So you'll recall that there was a proposal from the group manager around East Street works, and that was curb and guttering, and some of those funds were collected for that type of work. So that first part of the recommendation was to allocate those funds for those works. That was done and that was closed out. So those works were done, and so that matter's gone. The rest of it was to say, well, potentially we could utilise some of those funds to deliver some community infrastructure on the park, but the matter hasn't been able to be progressed because of the fact that we haven't been able to get the claims determined or removed.
So thank you, and I'll let it go. But I just thought that there was actually allocation, a developer contribution that was allocated to Invergowrie as a basis of the subdivision that occurred. I thought that was part of this conversation as well, was then how was that, and I believe it's not a significant enough amount of money to, like, I don't know if it's $50,000 or something, but it's a small amount of money that I understand has been allocated as part of the developer contribution for the subdivision of Invergowrie. So that's what I'm referring to. So was that not part of this? It's been so long, I can't remember, to be honest.
So just so we're clear, if we go back and probably the last time we saw it was in the audited statements for last financial year. So those monies that were collected under the old Section 94, every time somebody did a subdivision in McGarry, they paid so much for rural fire service, so much for road upgrade, so much for community hall. So I think somewhere between 50 and 100,000 the figure you're talking about, as was discussed, that won't buy you a block of land. So that's where that pulled up. So yeah, needs to be more. And I take, and can I be really clear that the list I sent out, and I know staff also said, is only my thought bubble. Please, I know that I'm not limiting what people can think about or how we work through this. And as you say, and I think the point was made even by Energy Co, that if we need to work through what's in our strategic planning, what's in our operational planning, all of those things, so that we have some basis for those arguments. But yeah, so on that basis, yeah, we need more work in that. Is there any other questions, councillors? You got one.
No, I've just got one comment on what you said. I'm so glad that Energy Co have the money to find the people to go through all of our strategic plans, etc., 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 to find what we need, but we don't.
So Councillor Burrows, you're seconding the motion? Thank you. Councillors, the recommendation moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Burrows, that Council hopes the resolutions action status reported as 20th of August 2026. All those in favour? All right, thank you. Councillors, I now need somebody to move us into confidential session. Councillor Philp, Councillor Burrows, all those in favour? Thank you. 25-26 financial year. 3, notes the improved financial and operational performance somebody move that I now read the resolutions from the closed session into open session. Councillor Doran and Councillor Miller, all those in favour, thank you. And it's 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I'll read them in the. Can I do it in the morning? So, back into open session. So any noises or things you probably get picked up. Okay. Are we good?
Good to go, Mr Mayor.
Okay. Recommendation from the closed session into open session that move Councillor Mail, seconded Councillor Philp, that 1, Council receives and notes the report of the implementation of Resolution 46.05/25. 2, notes the operational and structural reforms undertaken within Uralla Community Care during the 2025-26 financial year. Notes the improved financial and operational performance achieved through the integration of the Tablelands Community Sport and Tablelands Community Transport under the Uralla Community Care Model. 4, notes the future opportunities and emerging challenges facing the service, including ongoing aged care reforms and advocacy. Yes, thank you. Regarding rural aged care funding arrangements. And 5, notes a further report on the performance of Uralla Community Care in August 2027. Unanimous decision. Thank you very much, councillors. I appreciate it. And staff, thank you for the effort.